Section 1 of If I May. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.K., Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 1. The Case for the Artist. By an artist, I mean Shakespeare and me and Bach and myself and Velasquez and Phidias and even you, if you have ever written 4 lines on the sunset in somebody's album or modeled a Noah's Ark for your little boy in plasticine. Perhaps we have not quite reached the heights where Shakespeare stands, but we are on his track. Shakespeare can be representative of all of us, or Velasquez if you prefer him. One of them shall be president of our United Artists Federation. Let us, then, consider what place in the scheme of things our federation can claim. Probably we artists have all been a little modest about ourselves lately. During the war, we asked ourselves gloomily what use we were to the state compared to the noble digger of coals, the much-to-be reverenced maker of boots, and the godlike grower of wheat. Looking at the pictures in the illustrated papers of brawny, half-dressed men pushing about blocks of red-hot iron, we have told ourselves that these heroes were the pillars of society, and that we were just an incidental decoration. It was a wonder that we were allowed to live. And now, in these days of strikes, when a single union of manual workers can hold up the rest of the nation, it is a bitter reflection to us that if we were to strike, the country would go on its way quite happily, and 9/10ths of the population would not even know that we had downed our pens and brushes. If there is any artist who has been depressed by such thoughts as these, let him take comfort. We are all right. I made the discovery that we were all right by studying the life of the bee. All that I knew about bees until yesterday was derived from that great naturalist, Dr. Isaac Watts. In common with everyone who has been a child, I knew that the insect in question improved every shining hour by something honey, something something every something flower. I had also heard that bees could not sting you if you held your breath, a precaution which would make conversation by the herbaceous border an affair altogether too spasmodic. And finally, that in any case the same bee could only sting you once, though apparently there was no similar provision of nature's that the same person could not be stung twice. Well, that was all that I knew about bees until yesterday. I used to see them about the place from time to time, busy enough, no doubt, but really no busier than I was, and as they were not much interested in me, they had no reason to complain that I was not much interested in them. But since yesterday, when I read a book which dealt fully not only with the public life of the bee, but with the most intimate details of its private life, I have looked at them with a new interest and a new sympathy. For there is no animal which does not get more out of life than the pitiable insect which Dr. Watts holds up as an example to us. Hitherto, it may be, you have thought of the bee as an admirable and industrious insect, member of a model community which worked day and night to but one end, the well-being of the coming race. You knew perhaps that it fertilized the flowers, but you also knew that the bee didn't know. You were aware that if any bee deliberately went about trying to improve your delphiniums instead of gathering honey for the state, it would be turned down promptly by the other workers. For nothing is done in the hive without this one utilitarian purpose. Even the drones take their place in the scheme of things, a minor place in the stud, and when the next generation is assured and the drones cease to be useful and can now only revert to the ornamental, they are ruthlessly cast out. It comes then to this. The bee devotes its whole life to preparing for the next generation, but what is the next generation going to do? It is going to spend its whole life preparing for the third generation, and so on forever. An admirable community, the moralists tell us. Poor moralists, to miss so much of the joy of life, to deny oneself the pleasure, to mention only one among many, of reclining lazily on one's back in a snapdragon, watching the little white clouds sail past upon a sea of blue, to miss these things for no other reason than that the next generation may also have an opportunity of missing them. Is that admirable? What do the bees think that they are doing? If they live a life of toil and self-sacrifice merely in order that the next generation may live a life of equal toil and self-sacrifice, what has been gained? Ask the next bee you meet what it thinks it is doing in this world, and the only answer it can give you is keeping up the supply of bees. Is that an admirable answer? How much more admirable if it could reply that it was eschewing all pleasures and living the life of a galley slave in order that the next generation might have leisure to paint the poppy a more glorious scarlet. But no, the next generation is going at it just as hard for the same unproductive end. It has no wish to leave anything behind it, a new color, a new scent, a new idea. It has one object only in this world: more bees. Could any scheme of life be more sterile? Having come to this conclusion about the bee, I took fresh courage. I saw at once that it was the artist in man which made him less contemptible than the bee. That godlike person, the grower of wheat, assumed his proper level. Bread may be necessary to existence, but what is the use of existence if you are merely going to employ it in making bread? True, the farmer makes bread not only for himself but for the miner, and the miner produces coal not only for himself but for the farmer, and the farmer also produces bread for the maker of boots, who produces boots not only for himself but for the farmer and the miner. But you are still getting no further. It is the life of the bee over again, with no other object in it but mere existence. If this were all, there would be nothing to write on our tombstones, but born 1800, died 1880, he lived till then. But it is not all, because, and here I strike my breast proudly, because of us artists. Not only can we write on Shakespeare's tomb, he wrote Hamlet, or he was not for an age but for all time, but we can write on the contemporary baker's tomb, he provided bread for the man who wrote Hamlet, and on a contemporary butcher's tomb, he was not only for himself but for Shakespeare. We perceive, in fact, that the only matter upon which any worker other than the artist can congratulate himself, whether he be manual worker, brain worker, surgeon, judge, or politician, is that he is helping to make the world tolerable for the artist. It is only the artist who will leave anything behind him. He is the fighting man, the man who counts. The others are merely the army service corps of civilization. A world without its artists, a world of bees, would be as futile and as meaningless a thing as any army composed entirely of ASC. Possibly you put in a plea here for the explorer and the scientist. The explorer perhaps may stand alone. His discovery of a peak in Darien is something in itself, quite apart from the happy possibility that Keats may be tempted to bring it into a sonnet. Yes, if a beef essence merchant has only provided sustenance for an explorer, he has not lived in vain, however much the poets and the painters recoil from his wares. But of the scientist I am less certain. I fancy that his invention of the telephone, for instance, can only be counted to his credit because it has brought the author into closer touch with his publisher. So we artists, yes, and explorers, may be of good faith. They may try to pretend, these others, in their little times of stress, that we are nothing, decorative, inessential, that it is they who make the world go round. This will not upset us. We could not live without them, true, but a much more bitter thought, they would have no reason for living at all, were it not for us. End of section 1. The Case for the Artist. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 2 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 2. A London Garden. I have always wanted a garden of my own. Other people's gardens are all very well, but the visitor never sees them at their best. He comes down in June, perhaps, and says something polite about the roses. "You ought to have seen them last year," says the host disparagingly, and the visitor represses with difficulty the retort, "You ought to have asked me down to see them last year." Or perhaps he comes down in August and lingers for a moment beneath the fig tree. "Poor show of figs," says the host. "I don't know what's happened to them. Now we had a record crop of raspberries. never seen them so plentiful before. And the visitor has to console himself with the thought of the raspberries which he has never seen and will probably miss next year. It is not very comforting. Give me, therefore, a garden of my own. Let me grow my own flowers and watch over them from seedhood to senility. Then shall I miss nothing of their glory, and when visitors come, I can impress them with my stories of the wonderful show of groundsel which we had last year. For the moment I am contenting myself with groundsel. To judge by the present state of the garden, the last owner must have prided himself chiefly on his splendid show of canaries. Indeed, it would not surprise me to hear that he referred to his garden as the backyard. This would take the heart out of anything which was trying to flower there, and it is only natural that, with the exception of the 3 groundsel beds, the garden is now a wilderness. Perhaps wilderness gives you a misleading impression of space, the actual size of the pleasance being about 2 hollyhocks by 1, but it is the correct word to describe the air of neglect which hangs over the place. However, I am going to alter that. With a garden of this size, though, one has to be careful. One cannot decide lightly upon a croquet lawn here, an orchard there, and a rockery in the corner. One has to go all out for the one particular thing, whether it is the last hoop and the stick of a croquet lawn, a mulberry tree, or an herbaceous border. Which do we want most, a fruit garden, a flower garden, or a water garden? Sometimes I think fondly of a water garden with a few perennial goldfish flashing swiftly across it, and ourselves walking idly by the margin and pointing them out to our visitors. And then I realize sadly that by the time an adequate margin has been provided for ourselves and our visitors, there will be no room left for the goldfish. At the back of my garden I have a high brick wall. To whom the bricks actually belong I cannot say, but at any rate I own the surface rights on this side of it. One of my ideas is to treat it as the back cloth of a stage, and paint a vista on it. A long avenue of immemorial elms, leading up to a gardener's lodge at the top of the wall, I mean at the end of the avenue, might create a pleasing impression. My workroom leads out into the garden, and I have a feeling that if the door of this room were opened and then hastily closed again, on the plea that I mustn't be disturbed, a visitor might obtain such a glimpse of the avenue and the gardener's lodge as would convince him that I had come into property. He might even make an offer for the estate, if he were set upon a country house in the heart of London. But you have probably guessed already the difficulty in the way of my vista. The back wall extends into the gardens of the householders on each side of me. They might refuse to cooperate with me. They might insist on retaining the blank ugliness of their walls, or endeavouring, as they endeavour now, I believe, to grow some unenterprising creeper up them, with the result that my vista would fail to create the necessary illusion when looked at from the side. This would mean that our guests would have to remain in one position, and that even in this position they would have to stand to attention, a state of things which might mar their enjoyment of our hospitality. Until then our neighbours give me a free hand with their segments of the wall, the vista must remain a beautiful dream. However, there are other possibilities. Since there is no room in the garden for a watchdog and a garden, it might be a good idea to paint a phosphorescent and terrifying watchdog on the wall. Perhaps the watch lion would be even more terrifying, and presumably just as easy to paint. Any burglar would be deterred if he came across a lion suddenly in the back garden. One way or another, it should be possible to have something a little more interesting than mere bricks at the end of the estate. And if the worst comes to the worst, if it is found that no flowers other than groundsel will flourish in my garden, owing to the lack of soil or lack of sun, then the flowers must be painted on the walls. This would have its advantages, for we should waste no time over the early and uninteresting stages of the plant, but depict it at once in its full glory. And we should keep our garden up to date. When delphiniums went out of season, we should rub them out and give you chrysanthemums. And if an untimely storm uprooted the chrysanthemums, in an hour or two we should have a wonderful show of dahlias to take their place. And we should still have the floor space free for a sundial, or, if you insist on exercise, for the last hoop and the stick of a full-sized croquet lawn. End of section 2. A London Garden. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 3 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 3. The Game of Kings. I do not claim to be an authority on either the history or the practice of chess, but, as the poet Gray observed when he saw his old school from a long way off, it is sometimes an advantage not to know too much of one's subject. The imagination can then be exercised more effectively. So, when I am playing Capablanca or Old Robinson for the championship of the home pastures, my thoughts are not fixed exclusively upon the mate which is threatening. They wander off into those enchanted lands of long ago, when flesh and blood knights rode at stone-built castles, and thin-lipped bishops, all smiles and sidelong glances, plotted against the kings who ventured to oppose them. This is the real fascination of chess. You observe that I speak of castles, not of rooks. I do not know whence came this custom of calling the most romantic piece on the board by the name of a very ordinary bird, but I, at least, will not be a party to it. I refuse to surrender the portcullis and the moat, the bastion and the well-mannered towers, which were the features of every castle with which hitherto I have played, in order to take the field with allies so unromantic as a brace of rooks. You may tell me that rook is a corruption of this or that word, meaning something which has never laid an egg in its life. It may be so, but in that case you cannot blame me for continuing to call it the castle which its shape proclaims it. Knowing nothing of the origin of the game, I can tell myself stories about it. That it was invented by a woman is obvious, for why else should the queen be the most powerful piece of them all? She lived, this woman, in a priest-ridden land, but she has no love for the church. Neither bland white bishop nor crooked smiling black bishop did she love. That is why she made them move sideways. Yet she could not deny them their power. They were as powerful as the gallant young knight who rode past her windows singing to battle, where he swooped upon the enemy impetuously from this side and that, heedless of the obstacles in the way, or worked two of them into such a position that though one might escape, the other was doomed to bite the dust. Yet the bishop, man of peace though he proclaimed himself, was as powerful as he, but not so powerful as a baron in his well-fortified castle. For sometimes there were places beyond the influence of the church, if one could reach them in safety. Though when the church hunted in couples, the king's priest and the queen's priest out together, then there was no certain refuge, and one must sally upon them bravely and run the risk of being excommunicated. No, she did not love the church. Sometimes I think that she was herself a queen, who had suffered at the hands of the bishops, and just as you or I put our enemies into a book, thereby gaining much private satisfaction, even though they do not recognize themselves, so she made a game of her enemies and enjoyed her revenge in secret. But if she were a queen, then she was a queen mother, and the king was not her husband, but her little son. This would account for the perpetual intrigues against him, and the fact that he was so powerless to aid himself. Probably the enemy was too strong for him in the end, and he and his mother were taken into captivity together. It was in prison that she invented the royal game. The young king amused himself by carving out the first rough pieces. But was she a queen? Sometimes I think that I have the story wrong. For what queen in those days would have assented to a proposition so democratic as that a man-at-arms, a pawn in the language of the unromantic, could rise by his own exertions to the dignity of royalty itself? But if she were a waiting maid in love with the king's own man-at-arms, then it would be natural that she should set no limits to her ambitions for him. The man-at-arms crowned would be in keeping with her most secret dreams. These are the things of which I think when I push my king's man-at-arms 2 leagues forward. A game of chess is a romance sport when it is described in that dull official notation, P to K4, KT to KB3. A story should be woven around it. One of these days, perhaps, I shall tell the story of my latest defeat. Lewis Carroll had some such intention when he began Alice Through the Looking Glass, but he went at it half-heartedly. Besides being a clergyman and writing as he did for children, he was handicapped. He dared not introduce the bishops. I shall have no such fears, and my story will be serious. Consider for a moment the romance which underlies the most ordinary game. You push out the king's pawn, and your opponent does the same. It is plain, is it not, that these are the heralds, meeting at the borderline between the two kingdoms, Ivoria and Ebonia, let us say. Then I have my first chapter, the history of the dispute, the challenge by Ivoria, the acceptance of the challenge by Ebonia. Chapter 2 describes the sallying forth of the knights, KT to KB3, KT to QB3. In the next chapter, the bishop gains the queen's ear and suggests that he should take the field. He is no fighter, but he has the knack of excommunicating. The queen, a young and beautiful widow with an infant son, consents, B to QB4, and set about removing her child to a place of safety. She invokes the aid of Roqueblanc, an independent chieftain who, spurred on by love for her, throws all his forces on to her side, offering at the same time his well-guarded fastness as a sanctuary for her boy, castles. Then the queen musters all her own troops and leads them into battle by the side of the Baron Roqueblanc. But I must not tell you the whole story now. You can imagine for yourself some of the more exciting things which happen. You can picture, for instance, that vivid chapter in which the young king, at a moment when his very life is threatened by an Ebonian baron, is saved by the self-sacrifices of Roqueblanc, who hurls himself in front of the royal youth's person and himself falls a victim, to be avenged immediately by a watchful man-at-arms. You can follow, if you will, the further adventures of that man-at-arms, up to that last chapter when he marries the still beautiful queen, and henceforward acts in her name, taking upon himself a power similar to her own. In fact, you can write the book yourself. If you do not care to do this, let me beg you at least to bring a little imagination to the next game which you play. Then, whether you win, or, as is more likely, you lose, you will at least be worthy of the game of kings. End of Section 3, The Game of Kings. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 4 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 4, Fixtures and Fittings. There was once a young man who decided to be a poodle clipper. He felt that he had a natural bent for it, and he had been told that a fashionable poodle clipper could charge his own price for his services. But his father urged him to seek another profession. "It's an uncertain life, poodle clipping," he said. "To begin with, very few people keep poodles at all. Of these few, only a small proportion wants its poodles clipped, and of this small proportion, a still smaller proportion is likely to want its poodles clipped by you." So the young man decided to be a hairdresser instead. I thought of this story the other day when I was bargaining with a house agent about fixtures, and I decided that no son of mine should become a curtain pole manufacturer. I suppose that the price of a curtain rod, pole or perch is only a few shillings, and once made it remains in a house forever. Tenants come and go, new landlords buy and sell, but the old brass rod stays firm at the top of the window, supporting curtain after curtain. How many new sets are made in a year? No more, it would seem, than the number of new houses built. Far better, then, to manufacture an individual possession like a toothbrush, which has the additional advantage of wearing out every few months. But from the consumer's point of view, a curtain rod is a pleasant thing. He has the satisfaction of feeling that having once bought it, he has bought it for the rest of his life. He may change his house and with it his fixtures, but there is no loss of the brass part of the transaction, however much there may be on the bricks and mortar. What he pays out with one hand, he takes in with the other, nor is his property subject to the ordinary mischances of life. There was an historic character who, quote, "lost the big drum," unquote, but he would become even more historic who had lost a curtain rod, and neither parlour maid nor cat is ever likely to wear a guilty conscience over the breaking of one. I have not yet discovered, in spite of my recent familiarity with house agents, the difference between a fixture and a fitting. It is possible that neither word has any virtue without the other, as is the case with spick and span. One has to be both. However dapper, one would never be described as a span gentleman. In the same way, it may be that a curtain rod or an electric light is never just a fixture or a fitting, but always, quote, included in the fixtures and fittings, unquote. Then there is a distinction, apparently, between a landlord's fixture and a tenant's fixture, which is rather subtle. A fire dog is a landlord's fixture, so is a door plate. If you buy a house, you get the fire dogs and the door plates thrown in, which seems unnecessarily generous. I can understand the landlord deciding to throw in the walls and the roof, because he couldn't do much with them if you refused to take them, but it is a mystery why he should include a door plate, which can easily be removed and sold to somebody else. And if a door plate, why not a curtain rod? A curtain rod is a necessity to the incoming tenant. A door plate is merely a luxury for the grubby fingered to help them to keep the paint clean. One might be expected to bring one's own door plate with one, according to the size of one's hand. For the whole idea of a fixture or fitting can only be that it is something about which there can be no individual taste. We furnish a house according to our own private fancy. The fixtures are the furnishings in regard to which we are prepared to accept the general fancy. The other man's curtain rod, though easily detachable and able to fit 100 other windows, is a fixture. His carpet as planned, to use the delightful language of the house agent, though securely nailed down and the wrong size for any other room but this, is not a fixture. Upon some such reasoning, the first authorized schedule of fixtures and fittings must have been made out. It seems a pity that it has not been extended. There are other things than curtain rods and electric light bulbs which might be left behind in the old house and picked up again in the new. The silver cigarette box, which we have all had as a birthday or wedding present, might safely be handed over to the incoming tenant in the certainty that another just like it will be waiting for us in our next house. True, it will have different initials on it, but that will only make it the more interesting, our own having become fatiguing to us by this time. Possibly this sort of thing has already been done in an unofficial way among neighbors. By mutual agreement, they leave their aspidistras and the maiden's prayer behind them. It saves trouble and expense in the moving, which is an important thing in these days, and there would always be the hope that the next aspidistra might be on the eve of flowering or laying eggs, or whatever it is that its owner expects from it. End of section 4, Fixtures and Fittings. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 5 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 5. Experts. The man in front of the fire was telling us a story about his wife and a bottle of claret. He had taken her to the best restaurant in Paris and had introduced her to a bottle of the famous Chateau What's its name, 1320, or thereabouts. A wine absolutely priceless, although the management, with its customary courtesy, had allowed him to pay a certain amount for it. Not realizing that it was actually the famous What's its name, she had drunk it in the ordinary way, neither holding it up to the light and saying, "Ah, there's a wine," nor rolling it round the palate before swallowing. On the next day they went to a commonplace restaurant and drank a local and contemporary vintage at 5 francs the bottle, of similar color but very different temperament. When she had finished her glass, she said hesitatingly, "Of course, I don't know anything about wine, and I dare say I'm quite wrong, but I can't help feeling that the claret we had last night was better than this." The man in front of the fire was rather amused by this, as were most of his audience. For myself, I felt that the lady demanded my admiration rather than my amusement. Without the assistance of the labels, many of us might have decided that it was the 5 franc vintage which was the better wine. She didn't. Indeed, I am inclined to read more into the story than is perhaps there. I believe that she had misunderstood her husband, and had thought that the second bottle was a famous, aged, and priceless Chateau What's its name, and that, in spite of this, she gave it as her opinion that the first wine, cheap and modern though it might be, was the better. Hats off, then, to a brave woman. How many of us would have her courage and her honesty? But perhaps you who read this are an expert on wine. If so, you're lucky. I'm an expert on nothing. Nothing, anyhow, that matters. I envy all you experts tremendously. When I see a cigar expert listening to his cigar before putting it in his mouth, I wish that I were as great a man as he. Privately sometimes I have listened to a cigar, but it has told me nothing. The only way I can tell whether it is good or bad is by smoking it. Even then I could not tell you, without the assistance of the band, whether it was a Sancho Panza or a Guaco piano. I could only tell you whether I liked it or not, a question of no importance whatever. Lately I've been trying to become a furniture expert, but it is a disheartening business. I have a book called Chats on Old Furniture, a terrible title to have to ask for in a shop, but I asked boldly. Perhaps the word chat does not make other people feel as unhappy as it makes me. But even after reading this book, I am not really an expert. I know now that it is no good listening to a Chippendale chair to see if it is really Chippendale. One must stroke it in order to find out whether it is a genuine antique or only a modern reproduction. But it is obvious that years of stroking would be necessary before an article of furniture would be properly responsive. Is it worthwhile wasting these years of one's life? Indeed, is it worthwhile, I ask nervously, bothering whether a chair or a table is antique or modern, so long as it is both useful and beautiful? Well, let me tell you what happened to us yesterday. We found a dresser which appealed to us considerably, and we stood in front of it, looking at it. We decided that, except for a little curly wiggle at the top, it was the jolliest dresser we had seen. "That's a fine old dresser," said the shopman, coming up at that moment, and he smacked it encouragingly. "A really fine old dresser, that," we agreed. "Except for those curly wiggles," I added, pointing to them with my umbrella. "If you could take those off." He looked at me reproachfully. "You wouldn't take those off," he said. "Why, that's what tells you it's a Welsh dresser of 1720. We didn't buy the dresser. We decided that the size or the price was all wrong. But I wonder now, supposing we had bought it, whether we should have had the pluck to remove the curly wiggles, and let people mistake it for an English dresser of 1920, in order that, so abbreviated, it might have been more beautiful. For furniture is not beautiful merely because it is old. It is absurd to suppose that everything made in 1720 or 1620 or 1520 was made beautifully, as it would be absurd to say that everything made in 1920 was beautiful. No doubt there will always be people who will regard the passing of time as sufficient justification for any article of furniture. I could wish that they were equally tolerant among the arts as among the crafts, so that in 2120 this very article which I write now would be referred to with awe as a genuine 1920. But all that the passage of time can really do for your dresser is to give a more beautiful surface and tone to the wood. This surely is a matter which you can judge for yourself without being an expert. If your dresser looks old, you have got from it all that age can give you. If it looks beautiful, you have got from it all that a craftsman of any period can give you. Why worry, then, as to whether or not it is a, quote, genuine antique, unquote? The expert may tell you that it is a fake, but the fact that he has suddenly said so has not made your dining room less beautiful. Or if it is less beautiful, it's only because an expert is now in it. Hurry him out. End of section 5. Experts. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 6 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 6. The Robinson Tradition. Having read lately an appreciation of that almost forgotten author Marryat, and having seen in the shilling box of a second-hand bookseller a few days afterward a copy of Masterman ready, I went in and bought the same. I had read it as a child, and remembered vaguely that it combined desert island adventure with a high moral tone, jam and powder in the usual proportions. Reading it again, I found that the powder was even more thickly spread than I had expected. hardly a page but carried with it a valuable lesson for the young. Yet this particular jam, guava and coconut, has such an irresistible attraction for me that I swallowed it all without a struggle, and was left with a renewed craving for more and yet more desert island stories. Having unfortunately no others at hand, the only satisfaction I can give myself is to write about them. I would say first that even if an author is writing for children, as was Marryat, and even if morality can best be implanted in the young mind with the watering of fiction, yet a desert island story is the last story which should be used for this purpose. For a desert island is a child's escape from real life and its many lessons. Ask yourself why you longed for a desert island when you were young, and you will find the answer to be that you did what you liked there, ate what you liked, and carried through your own adventures. It is the family which spoils the Swiss Family Robinson, just as it is the Seagrave family which nearly wrecks Masterman Ready. What is good of imagining yourself, as every boy does, alone in the Pacific, if you are not going to be alone? Well, perhaps we do not wish to be quite alone. But certainly to have more than two on an island is to overcrowd it, and our companion must be of like age and disposition. For this reason, parents spoil any island for a healthy-minded boy. He may love his father and mother as fondly as even they could wish, but he does not want to take them bathing in the lagoon with him, still less to have them on the shore telling him that there are too many sharks this morning and it is quite time he came out. Nor, for that matter, do parents want to be bothered with children on a South Sea holiday. In Masterman Ready, there is a horrid little boy called Tommy, aged 6, who is always letting the musket off accidentally, or getting bitten by a turtle, or taking more than his share of the coconut milk. As a grown-up, I wondered why his father did not give him to the first savage who came by, and so allow himself a chance of enjoying his island in peace. But at Tommy's age, I should have resented just as strongly a father who, even on a desert island, could not bear to see his boy making a fool of himself with turtle and gunpowder. I am not saying that a boy would really be happy for long, whether on a desert island or elsewhere, without his father and mother. Indeed, it is doubtful if he could survive happily or unhappily. Possibly William Seagrave could have managed it. William was only 12, but he talked like this, quote, "I agree with you, Reddy. Indeed, I have been thinking the same thing for many days past. I wish the savages would come on again, for the sooner they come, the sooner the affair will be decided." End quote. A boy who can talk like this at 12 is capable of finding the breadfruit tree for himself. But William is an exception. I claim no such independence for the ordinary boy. I only say that the ordinary boy, however dependent on his parents, does like to pretend that he is capable of doing without them, wherefore he gives them no leading part in the imaginary adventures which he pursues so ardently. If they are there at all, it is only that he may come back to them in the last chapter and tell them all about it, and be suitably admired. Masterman Ready seems to me, then, to be the work of a father, not of an understanding writer for boys. Marryat wrote it for his own children, towards whom he had responsibilities, not for other people's children for whom he would only be concerned to provide entertainment. But even if the book was meant for no wider circle than the home, one would still feel that the moral teaching was overdone. It should be possible to be edifying without losing one's sense of humor. When Juno, the black servant, was struck by lightning and not quite killed, she, quote, appeared to be very sensible of the wonderful preservation which she had had. She had always been attentive whenever the Bible was read, but now she did not appear to think that the morning and evening services were sufficient to express her gratitude. End quote. Even a child would feel that Juno really need not have been struck by lightning at all. Even a child might wonder how many services on this scale of gratitude were adequate for the rest of the party whom the lightning had completely missed. And it was perhaps a little self-centered of Ready to thank God for her recovery on the grounds that she could, quote, ill be spared, end quote, by a family rather short-handed in the rainy season. However, the story is the thing. As long as a desert island book contains certain ingredients, I do not mind if other superfluous matter creeps in. Our demands, we of the elect who adore desert islands, are simple. The castaways must build themselves a hut with the aid of a bag of nails saved from the wreck. They must catch turtles by turning them over on their backs. They must find the breadfruit tree and have adventures with sharks. Twice they must be visited by savages. On the first occasion they are taken by surprise, but, the savages being equally surprised, no great harm is done. Then the hero says they will return when the wind is favorable, and he arranges his defenses, not forgetting to lay in a large stock of water. The savages return in force, and then, this is most important, at the most thirsty moment of the siege it is discovered that the water is all gone. Generally a stray arrow has pierced the water butt, but in Masterman Ready the insufferable Tommy has played the fool with it. He would. This is the hero's great opportunity. He ventures to the spring to get more water, and returns with it, wounded. Barely have the castaways wetted their lips with the precious fluid when the attack breaks out with redoubled fury. It seems now that all is lost, when lo! a shell bursts into the middle of the attacking hordes. Never into the middle of the defenders. That would be silly. Look, the hero cries, a vessel offshore with its main braces set and a jib sail flying, or whatever it may be, and they return to London. This is a story which we want, and we cannot have too many of them. Should you ever see any of us with our noses over the shilling box and an eager light in our eyes, you may be sure that we are on the track of another one. End of Section 6. The Robinson Tradition. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 7 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 7. Getting Things Done. In the castle of which I am honorary baron, we are in the middle of an orgy of getting things done. It must always be so, I suppose, when one moves into a new house. After the last furniture van has departed, and the painter's bill has been receipted, one feels that one can now settle down to enjoy one's new surroundings. But no, the discoveries begin. This door wants a new lock on it. That fireplace wants a brick taken out. The garden is in need of something else. Somebody ought to inspect the cistern. What about the drains? There are 100 things to be done. I have a method in these matters. When I observe that something wants doing, I say casually to the Baroness, "We ought to do something about that fireplace," or whatever it is. I say it with an air of a man who knows exactly what to do, and would do it himself if he were not so infernally busy. The correct answer to this is, "Yes, I'll go and see about it today." Sometimes the Baroness tries to put it on to me by saying, "We ought to do something about the cistern." But she has not quite got the casual tone necessary, and I have no difficulty in replying, with the air of a man who, etc., "Yes, we ought." The proper answer to this is, "Very well, then, I'll go and see about it." In either case, as you will agree, action on the part of the Baroness should follow. Unfortunately, it doesn't. She, it appears, is a partner in my weakness. We neither of us know how to get things done. It's a knowledge which one can never acquire. Either you are born with an instinct for the man round the corner who tests cisterns, or you are born without it, in which case you never find him. There are men with the instinct so highly developed that they can tell you at a moment's notice the name and address, not merely of a man who will test your cistern for you, but of the one man in your neighborhood who will test it most efficiently and most cheaply. If your cannery molted unduly, and you said to your wife, "We must do something about Ambrose," they could tell you at once of the best cannery mender to approach. These are the men I admire. But there are weaklings, of both sexes unfortunately, who would not even know whether a greengrocer or a veterinary surgeon was the man to send for, and who are entirely vague as to whether a cistern is tested for water or for lead poisoning. The press speaks of this or that politician sometimes as a minister who gets things done. I have always felt that, given an adequate permanent staff, I might go down to fame as the householder who got things done. As you see, my staff lets me down. I am quite capable of sitting in my office and saying to an under secretary, We must do something about the shell business. This, in fact, is just my line. I am quite capable of saying firmly, I must have 10 million big guns by August. And if the Under Secretary only made the correct reply, "Very well, sir, I'll see about it," my photograph would appear in the papers as that of, quote, "the man who got the guns," unquote. But when your Under Secretary refuses to carry on, where are you? What I want, and what I imagine most people who have moved into a new house want, is an intermediary to get things done for us. I suggest this as a profession to any demobilized soldier looking for work. He should walk about London, making a note of the houses which have just been sold or let, and as soon as the new residents have taken possession, he should send round his card. "Tell me what is worrying you," he would say, "and I will see that something is done about it." He might charge a couple of guineas as his fee. Perhaps it would be better if he said, "Let me tell you what is likely to worry you." If, that is to say, his business was to go round your house directly you got into it, to make a list of the jobs that wanted doing, and then, armed with your authority, to go off and get them done. Many people would gladly pay him 2 guineas for such excellent services, and he would probably pick up a trifle more as commission from the men to whom he gave the work. It would be worth trying anyway. But, of course, such a man would have to have a vast knowledge of affairs. He would have to know, for instance, how one buys string. In the ordinary way one doesn't buy string. It comes to you, and you take it off and send it back again. But the occasion may arise when you want lots and lots of it. Then it is necessary to look for a string shop. A friend of mine spent the whole of one afternoon trying to buy a ball of string. He wandered from one ironmonger to the other. He had a fixed idea that an ironmonger was a man, and finally in despair went into a large furnishing shop, noted for its artistic suits. He was very humble by this time, and his petition that they should sell him some string because he was an old customer of theirs was unfortunately worded. As far as I know, he is still stringless, just as I am still waiting for somebody to do something about the cistern. End of section 7. Getting Things Done. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 8 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 8. Christmas Games. The shops are putting on the Christmas dress. The cotton wool, that time-hallowed substitute for snow, is creeping into the plate glass windows. The pink lace collars are encircling again the cakes, and the charming wedding or birthday present of a week ago renews its youth as a suitable Yuletide gift. Everything calls to us to get our Christmas shopping done early this year, but as usual we shall put it off until the latest possible day, and in that last mad rush we shall get Aunt Emily the wrong pair of mittens and overlook poor Uncle John altogether. Before I begin my own shopping, I am waiting for an announcement in the papers. All that my paper has told me is that the Christmas toy bazaars of the big stores are now open. I have not yet seen that list and description of the new games of the season for which I wait so eagerly. It is possible that this year will produce the masterpiece, the game which possesses in the highest degree all the qualities of the ideal Christmas game. The unfortunate thing is that, even if such a game were to appear in this year's catalogue, we should have lost it by next year. For the National Sporting Club, or whoever arranges these things, has always been convinced that novelty is the one quality required at Christmas, the hallmark of excellence which no Christmas shopper can resist. If a game is novel, it is enough. To the manager of a toy department, the continued vogue of cricket must be very bewildering. Let us consider the ideal Christmas game. In the first place, it must be a round game. That is to say, at least 6 people must be able to play it simultaneously. No game for 2 only is permissible at Christmas, unless of course it be under the mistletoe. Secondly, it must be a game into which skill does not enter, or if it does, it must be a skill which is as likely to be shown by a child of 8 or an old gentleman of 80 as by a varsity blue. Such skill, for instance, as manifests itself at Tiddlywinks, that noble game. Yet even so, tiddlywinks is too skilful a pursuit. One cannot say what it is that makes a good tiddlywinker, whether eye or wrist or supple finger work. But it is obvious that one who is winking badly must be depressed by the thought that he is appearing stupid and clumsy to his neighbors, and that this feeling is not conducive to that happiness which his many Christmas cards have called down upon him. It is better, therefore, that the element of skill should be absent. Let it be a game of luck only, and since it is impossible to play a Christmas game for money, you will not be depressed if you lose. The third and last essential of the ideal game is that it must provoke laughter. You cannot laugh at tiddlywinks, nor at Ludo, as I hear, but I have never yet discovered what Ludo is, nor at happy families. But the ideal game is provocative of that best kind of laughter, laughter at the undeserved misfortunes of others, seasoned by the knowledge that at any moment a similar misfortune may happen to oneself. Just before the war I came across the ideal game. I forget what it was called, unless it was some such name as the Prince's Quest. 6 princes, suitably colored, set out to win the hand of the beautiful princess. They started at one end of a long and winding road, and she waited for the first arrival at the other end. The road, which passed through the most enthralling scenery, was numbered by milestones 1 to 200. Suppose you were the red prince, you shook a die, I mean the half of 2 dice, and if a 4 turned up, you advanced to the fourth milestone, and so on in succession. So far it doesn't sound very exciting. But you are forgetting the scenery. Perhaps at the 12th milestone there awaited you the shoes of swiftness, which carried you in one bound to the 20th milestone. Thus, by throwing a 3 at the ninth, you advanced 11 miles, whereas if you had thrown a 4, you would only have advanced 4 miles. On arriving at other lucky milestones, you received a cloak of darkness which took you past various obstacles which were holding the others up, or perhaps were introduced to a potent dwarf who showed you a shortcut forbidden to your rivals. One way and another, you pushed ahead of the other princes. And then the inevitable happened. You arrived at the 84th milestone or whatever it was, and you found a wicked enchanter waiting for you, who cast upon you a backward spell, as a result of which you had to travel backwards for the next 3 turns. Undaunted by this reverse, you returned bravely to it, and perhaps came upon the 84th milestone again. But even so you did not despair, for there was always hope. The Blue Prince, who is now leading, approaches the 96th milestone. He is indeed at the 95th. A breathless moment as he shakes the die. Will he? He does. He throws a 1, reaches the 96th milestone, topples headlong into the underground river, and is swept back to the starting point again. A great game, but our edition of it went to some hospital during the war, and I fear now that I shall never play it again. Yet I scanned the papers eagerly, hoping for some announcement of it. Not this actual game, of course, but some version of it, some Christmas novelty in which perhaps the princes are called knights, but the laughter remains the same. End of Section 8. Christmas Games. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 9 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 9. The Mathematical Mind. My daily paper just now is full of mathematical difficulties, submitted by its readers for the amusement of one of its staff. Every morning he appeals to us for assistance in solving tricky little problems about pints of water and herrings in rectangular fields. The magic number 9 has a great fascination for him. It is terrifying to think that if you multiply any row of figures by 9, the sum of the figures thus obtained is divisible by 9. It's uncanny to hear that if a clock takes 6 seconds to strike 6, it takes as much as 13 seconds and a fifth to strike 12. As a relief from searching for news in a press devoid of news, the study of these problems is welcome enough, and to the unmathematical mind, no doubt, the solutions appear to be something miraculous. But to the mathematical mind, a thing more miraculous is the awe with which the unmathematical regard the simplest manipulation of figures. Most of my life at school was spent in such pursuits that I feel bound to claim the mathematical mind to some extent, with the result that I can look down wonderingly upon these deeps of ignorance yawning daily in the papers, much, I dare say, as a senior wrangler looks down upon me. Figures may puzzle me occasionally, but at least they never cause me surprise or alarm. Naturally, then, I am jealous of the mathematical mind. If a man who makes a false quantity, or attributes Lycidas to Keats, is generally admitted to be uncultured, I resent it very much that no stigma attaches to the gentleman who cannot do short division. I remember once at school having to do a piece of Latin prose about the Black Hole of Calcutta. It was a moving story as told in our prose book, and I had spent an interesting hour turning into fairly correct and wholly uninspired Latin, the sort of Latin, I suppose, which a small uneducated Roman child who had heard the news would have written to a schoolboy friend. The size of the black hole was given as, quote, 20 foot square, end quote. I had no idea how to render this idiomatically, but I knew that a room 20 foot square contained 400 square feet. Also I knew the Latin for 1 square foot, but you will not be surprised to hear that my form master, a man of culture and education, leapt upon me. Quadringenti, he snapped, is 400, not 20. Quite so, I agreed. The room had 400 square feet. Read it again, it says 20 square feet. No, 20 feet square. He glared at me in indignation. What's the difference? He said. I sighed and began to explain. I went on explaining. If there had not been other things to do than teaching cultured and educated schoolmasters, I might be explaining still. Yes, I resented this, and I resent now the matter-of-fact way in which we accept the ignorance of mathematics shown by our present teachers, the press. At every election in which there are only two candidates, a dozen papers discover with amazement this astounding coincidence in the figures, that the decrease in, say, the Liberal vote, subtracted from the increase in the Conservative vote, is exactly equal to the increase in the poll. If there should happen to be three candidates for a seat, the coincidences discovered are yet more numerous and astonishing. Last Christmas, a paper let itself go still further and dived into the economics of the plum pudding. A plum pudding contains raisins, flour, and sugar. Raisins had gone up 2 pence a pound, or whatever it was, flour 6 pence, and sugar 1 pence. Hence pudding now cost 9 pence a pound more. Consider, too, the extraordinary antics of the press over the methods of scoring in the cricket championship. Wonderful new suggestions are made, which, if followed, could only have the effect of bringing the teams out in exactly the same order as before. The simplest of simple problems in algebra would have shown them this, but they feared to mix themselves up with such unknown powers of darkness. The theory of probability, again, leaves the press entirely cold, so that it is ready to father any childish system for Monte Carlo. And 9 men out of 10 really believe that if you toss a penny 5 times in the air and it comes down heads each time, it's more likely to come down tails than heads next time. Yet papers and people who think like this are considered quite capable of dealing with the extraordinarily complicated figures of national finance. They may boom or condemn insurance bills and fiscal policies, and we listen to them reverently. As long as they know what Mr. Gladstone said in '74, it doesn't seem to matter at all what Mr. Todhunter said in his Arithmetic for Beginners. End of Section 9. The Mathematical Mind. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 10 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 10. Going Out to Dinner. If you are one of those lucky people whose motor is not numbered as minus 19 or 11 or 22, it does not really matter where your host for the evening prefers to live, Bayswater or Battersea or Blackheath. It is all the same to your chauffeur. But for those of us who have to fight for bus or train or taxi cab, it is different. We have to say to ourselves, is it worth it? A man who lives in Chelsea, for instance, demands more from an invitation to Hampstead than from an invitation to Kensington. If such a man were interested in people rather than in food, he might feel that one actor manager and a rural dean among his fellow guests would be sufficient attraction in a Kensington house, but that at least two archbishops and a revue producer would have to be forthcoming at Hampstead before the journey on a wet night would be justified. On the other hand, if he were a vulgar man who preferred food to people, he would divide London up into whisky, Burgundy, and Champagne areas according to their accessibility from his own house, and on receiving an invitation to a house in the outer or Champagne area, as it might be at Dulwich, he would try to discover, either by inquiry among his friends or by employing a private detective, whether this house fulfilled the necessary condition. If not, of course, then he would write a polite note to say that he would be in the country or confined to his bed with gout on the day in question. I am as fond of going out to dinner as anyone else is, but there is a moment just before I begin to array myself for it when I wish that it were on some other evening. If the telephone bell rings, I say, "Thank heavens, Mrs. Parkinson Jones has died suddenly. I mean, how sad." And looking as solemn as I can, I pick up the receiver. "Is that the Excelsior Laundry?" says a voice. "You only sent back half a pair of socks this week." I replace the receiver and go reluctantly upstairs to dress. There is no help for it. As I dress, I wonder who my partner at the table will be, and if at this moment she is feeling as gloomy about the prospects as I am. How much better if we had both dined comfortably at home. I remember some years ago taking in a dowager countess. Don't think that I am priding myself on this. I realize as well as you do that a mistake of some sort was made. Probably my hostess took me for somebody else. Sir Thomas Lipton, it may have been. Anyway, the dowager countess and I led the way downstairs to the dining room, and all the other guests murmured to themselves, "Who on earth is that?" and told each other that no doubt I was one of the Serbian princes who had recently arrived in the country. I forgot what the Countess and I talked about, probably yachts or tea, but I was not paying much attention to our conversation. I had other things to think about. For the Dowager Countess, wisely I think, was dieting herself. She went through the evening on a glass of water and two biscuits. Each new dish on its way round the table was brought first to her. She waved it away, and it came to me. There was nothing to be done. I had to open it. My particular memory is of a quail pie. Quails may be all right for Moses in the desert, but if they are served in the form of pie at dinner, they should be distributed at a side table, not handed round from guest to guest. The Countess having shuddered at it and resumed her biscuit, it was left to me to make the opening excavation. The difficulty was to know where each quail began and ended. The job really wanted a professional quail finder, who might have indicated the point on the surface of the crust at which it would be most hopeful to dig for quails. As it was, I had to dig at random, and, being unlucky, I plunged the knife straight into the middle of a bird. It was impossible, of course, to withdraw the quail through the slit I had thus made in the pastry, nor could I get my knife out with a bird sticking on the end of it, in order to make a second slit at a suitable angle. I tried to shake the quail off inside the pie, but it was fixed too firmly. I tried pulling it off against the inside of the crust, but it became obvious that if I persisted in this, the whole roof would come off. The footman, with great presence of mind, realized my difficulty and offered me a second knife. Unfortunately, I misjudged the width of the quails, and plunging the second knife into the pie a little further on, I landed into the middle of another quail no less retentive of cutlery than the first. The dish now began to look more like a game than a pie, and waving away a third knife, I said, quite truly by this time, that I didn't like quails, and that, on second thoughts, I would ask the Dowager Countess to lend me a biscuit. Fortunately, dinner is not all quail pie. But even in the case of some more amenable dish, the first comer is in a position of great responsibility. Casting a hasty eye round the company, He has to count the number of diners, estimate the size of the dish, divide the one by the other, and take a helping of the appropriate size, knowing that the fashion which he inaugurates will be faithfully followed. How much less exacting is the position of the more lowly placed man, my own, for instance, on ordinary occasions? There may be two quails and an egg cup left when the footman reaches me, or even only the egg cup, but at least I have nobody but myself to consider. But let us get away from food for the body and consider food for the mind. I refer to that intellectual conversation which it is the business of the guests at a dinner party to contribute. Not what shall we eat, but what shall we talk about, is the question which is really disturbing us as we tug definitely at our necktie and give a last look at ourselves in the glass before following the servant upstairs. "Will you take in Miss Montmorency?" says our hostess. We bow to Miss Montmorency hopefully. Jolly day it's been, hasn't it?" "No, really, we can't say anything about the weather. We must be original." Have you been to any theatres lately?" "No, no, everybody says that." "Well, then what can we say? Let us try again. How do you do? I see by the paper this evening that the Bolsheviks have captured Omsk." "Captured Watsk?" "Omsk. Or was it Tomsk?" Fortunately, it does not matter, for Miss Montmorency is not the least interested. "Oh," she says. I hate the people who say "oh." It means that you have to begin all over again. "I've been playing golf this afternoon." We try. "Do you play at all?" "No." Then it is no good telling her what our handicap is. "No doubt you prefer tennis?" we hazard. "Oh, no. I mean bridge." "I don't play any game," she answers. Then the sooner she goes away and talks to somebody else, the better. "Oh, I expect you are more interested in the theatre." "I hardly ever go to the theatre." "Well, of course, a good book by the fireside." "I never read," she says. Dash the woman! What does she do? But before we can ask her, she lets us into the great secret. "I like talking," she says. Good heavens! What else have we been trying to do all this time? However, it is only the very young girl at her first dinner party whom it is difficult to entertain. At her second dinner party, and thereafter, she knows the whole art of being amusing. All she has to do is to listen. All we men have to do is to tell her about ourselves. Indeed, sometimes I think that it is just as well to begin at once. Let us be quite frank about it, and get to work as soon as we are introduced. "How do you do? Lovely day it has been, hasn't it? It was on just such a day as this, 35 years ago, that I was born in the secluded village of Puddlecombe, of humble but honest parents, nestling among the western hills," and so on, ending at the dessert with the 1,000 we earned that morning. End of section 10. Going out to dinner. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 11 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 11. The Etiquette of Escape. There is a girl in one of William de Morgan's books who interrupts the narrator of a breathless tiger hunting story with a rather disconcerting warning: "I am on the side of the tiger. I always am." It was a sporting instinct. Tigers may be wicked beasts who defend themselves when they are attacked, but one cannot help feeling a little sorry for them. Their number is up. The hunters are too many, the rifles too accurate for the hunter to have any real chance. So she was on the side of the tiger. She always was. In the same way, I am on the side of the convict. I always am. Not, of course, until he is a convict. But when once the law has condemned him, and he is safely in prison, then he is only one against so many. It is impossible not to sympathize with his attempts to escape. Perhaps if one lived close to a prison, in a cottage, say, whose tenant was invariably called upon by any escaping prisoner and made to exchange clothes with the help of a crowbar, one might feel differently. But in theory, we are all of us inclined to applaud the man who fights successfully such a lone battle against such tremendous odds. Yes, even if it was the blackest of crimes which sent him into captivity. It is therefore extraordinarily jolly to read about the escape of political prisoners from jail. One has to stifle no protests from one's conscience while applauding them, for it is absurd to suppose that the world is any the worse place for their being loose again. Probably they are much more dangerous in prison than out of it. But besides applauding them, one envies them heartily. What fun they must have had when arranging it! What fun, too, to attempt an escape, when the worst that can happen to you, if you are recaptured, is that the next escape becomes a little more difficult. No bread and water, no punishment cell for a political prisoner. All the same, these are not quite the ideal escapes. I am a trifle exigent in such matters. I allow my prisoners a little latitude, but there are certain rules which must be observed. Sinn Feiners, for instance, make it much too easy for themselves. Their friends from outside are permitted to visit them and to discuss openly, but of course in Irish, all the arrangements for the great day. When the day comes, they make off by motor car and as likely as not have a steam yacht waiting for them on the coast. It was not thus that I used to escape in the early 90s. I observed the rules. The first rule was that the only means of communication with outside was the roll of bread which formed one's principal meal. Biting eagerly into the bread, the hungry prisoner found himself entangled in a message from his loved one. Of course, in these last few years he would just have thought that it was part of the bread, perhaps a trifle more indigestible than usual, but in those days he would have no excuse for not realizing that his Araminta was getting into touch with him. This first message did not say much, just, quote, "All my love, and I am sending a file tomorrow," end quote, so as to prevent him from breaking his jaw on it. On the next day he would open the roll cautiously, and behold, a small file would be embedded within. It is wonderful what can be done with quite a small file, but we must remember that the world moved more slowly in those days. One had leisure in which to do a job of work properly. Perhaps a prisoner took a couple of years filing the gyves off his wrists, holding the file carefully in the teeth, and another year to remove the manacles from his ankles. Fortunately, he was left alone to pursue these avocations. The jailer pushed in the daily portion of bread and water, but made no inquiry about his prisoner's well-being. Only the essential tame rat kept him company, and Araminta outside, to whom he dropped an occasional note to say that he had done another millimeter that morning. Perhaps she did not get it. It was borne swiftly away by the river which flowed between the walls and never came to the opposite bank whereon she waited for him. But she did not lose hope. These things always took a long time. And then, when the fetters had been removed, the two of the bars in the narrow window had been sawn through, there came the great moment. The prisoner was now free to tear his sheet and his blanket and his underclothes into strips and plait himself a rope. One had to time this for the summer, of course. One couldn't go cutting up one's shirt in the middle of winter, so upon a dark night in August, the prisoner tied his rope to the remaining bar, squeezed through the window, and let himself down into space. Was the rope long enough? It wasn't, of course. It never was. But once at the end of it, the prisoner would realize, his senses quickened by the emergency, that it was too late to go back. From the extreme end he breathed a prayer and dropped. Splash! And 5 minutes later he was embracing Araminta. There was no pursuit. They were sportsmen in those days, and it was recognized that he had won. That is a classic mode of escape, but there are variants of it which I am prepared to allow. The jailer may have a daughter, who, moved by the romantic history and pallor of the prisoner, may exchange clothes with him. The prisoner may pass himself off for dead, may be actually buried, and then rescued from the grave just in time by the pre-warned and ever-ready Araminta. There are many legitimate ways of escape, but the essential thing is that all messages to the prisoner from his Araminta outside should be conveyed in his loaf of bread. To whisper them in Irish is too easy, too unromantic. But in any case, I am on the side of the prisoner. I always am. End of section 11. The Etiquette of Escape. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 12 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 12. Geographical Research. The other day I met a man who didn't know where Tripoli was. Tripoli happened to come into the conversation, and he was evidently at a loss. "Let's see," he said. "Tripoli is just down by the, what's the name of that place?" "That's right," I answered. "Just opposite Thingamabob. I could show you in a minute on the map. It's near, what do they call it?" At this moment the train stopped, and I got out and went straight home to look at my atlas. Of course, I really knew exactly where Tripoli was. About 30 years ago, when I learned geography, one of the questions they were always asking me was, "What are the exports of Spain, and where is Tripoli?" But much may happen in 20 years. Coast erosion and tidal waves and things like that. I looked at the map in order to assure myself that Tripoli had remained pretty firm. As far as I could make it out, it had moved. Certainly it must have looked different 30 years ago, for I took some little time to locate it. But no doubt one's point of view changes with the decades. To a boy, Tripoli might seem a long way from Italy, even in Asia Minor. But when he grew up, his standards of measurement would be altered. Tripoli would appear in its proper place, due south of Sicily. I always enjoy these periodic excursions to my atlas. People talk a good deal of nonsense about the importance of teaching geography at school instead of useless subjects like Latin and Greek, but so long as you have an atlas near you, of what use is geography? Why waste time learning where Tripoli and Fiume are when you can turn to a map of Africa and spot them in a moment? In a leading article in the Times, no less, our premier English newspaper, it was stated during a general election that Darlington was in Yorkshire. You may say that the Times leader writers ought to have been taught geography. I say that unfortunately they have been taught geography. They learned, or thought they learned, that Darlington was a Yorkshire town. If they had been left in a state of decent ignorance, they would have looked up Darlington in the map and found that it was in Durham. One moment, map 29, yes, Durham, that's right. As it is, there are at this moment some hundreds of retired colonels who go about believing implicitly that Darlington is in Yorkshire because the Times has said it. How much more important than a knowledge of geography is the possession of an atlas? My own atlas is a particularly fine specimen. It contains all sorts of surprising maps which never come into ordinary geography. I think my favorite is a picture of the Pacific Ocean, colored in varying shades of blue according to the depths of the sea. The deep ultramarine terrifies me. I tremble for a ship which is passing over it, and only breathe again when it reaches the very palest blue. There is one little patch, the Nero Deep, in the Ladrone Basin, which is actually 31,614 feet deep. I suppose if you sailed over it, you would find it no bluer than the rest of the sea, and if you fell into it, you would feel no more alarmed than if it were 31,613 feet deep. But still, you cannot see it in the atlas without a moment's awe. Then my atlas has a map of, quote, the British Empire showing the great commercial highways, end quote. Another of, quote, the North Polar regions showing the progress of explorations, end quote. Maps of the trade routes, of Gulf streams, and beautiful things of that kind. It tells you how far it is from Southampton to Fremantle, so that if you're interested in the MCC Australian team, you can follow them day by day across the sea. Why, with all your geographical knowledge, you couldn't even tell me the distance between Yokohama and Honolulu, but I can give the answer in a moment. 3,379 miles. Also, I know exactly what a section of the world along latitude 45° north looks like, and there are very few of our most learned men who can say as much. But my atlas goes even farther than this, though I for one do not follow it. It gives diagrams of exports and imports. It tells you where things are manufactured or where grown. It gives pictures of sheep, an immense sheep representing New Zealand and a mere insect representing Russia, and alas, no sheep at all for Canada and Germany and China. Then there are large cigars for America and small mild cigars for France and Germany. Pictures in color of such unfamiliar objects as spindles and raw silk, and miners and Mongolians, and iron ore, statistics of traffic receipts and diamonds. I say that I don't follow my atlas here because information of this sort does not seem to belong properly to an atlas. This is not my idea of geography at all. When I open my atlas, I open it to look at maps, to find out where AAA is, not to acquire information about flags and things. Yet I cannot forego the boast that if I wanted, I could even speak at length about flags. And lastly, there is the index. Running my eye down it, I can tell you in less than a minute where such different places as Jorobado, Kaba, Heidigoat, Palu, and Pago Pago are to be found. Could you, even after your first-class honors in the geography tripos, be as certain as I am of Heidigoat, perhaps, or Jorobado, but not of Pago Pago? On the other hand, you might possibly have known where Tripoli was. End of section 12. Geographical Research. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 13 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 13. Children's Plays. At the beginning of every pantomime season, we are brought up against two original discoveries. The first is that Mr. Arthur Collins has undoubtedly surpassed himself. The other, that the children's pantomime is not really a pantomime for children at all. Mr. Collins, in fact, has again surpassed himself in providing an entertainment for men and women of the world. One has to ask oneself, then, what sort of pantomime children really like. I ought to know, because I once tried to write one, and some kind of critic was found to say, as generally happens on these occasions, that I showed, quote, a wonderful insight into the child's mind, end quote. Perhaps he was thinking of the elephant. The manager had a property elephant left over from some other play which he had produced lately. There it was, lying in the wings and getting in everybody's way. I think he had left it about in the hope that I might be inspired by it. At one of the final rehearsals, after I had fallen over this elephant several times, he said, "It's a pity we aren't going to use the elephant. Couldn't you get it in somewhere?" I said that I thought I could. After all, getting an elephant into a play is merely a question of stagecraft. If you cannot get an elephant on and off the stage in a natural way, your technique is simply hopeless, and you had better give up writing plays altogether. I need hardly say that my technique was quite up to the work. At the critical moment, the boy hero said, "Look, there's an elephant," pointing to that particular part of the stage by which alone it could enter, and there, sure enough, the elephant was. It then went through its trick of conveying a bun to its mouth, after which the boy said, "Goodbye, elephant," and it was hauled off backwards. Of course, it intruded a certain gross materialism into the delicate fancy of my play, but I did not care to say so, because one has to keep in with the manager. Besides, there was the elephant eating its head off. It might just as well be used. Well, so far as the children were concerned, the elephant was the success of the play. Up to the moment of its entrance, they were, well, I hope, not bored, but no more than politely interested. But as soon as the hero said, "Look, there's an elephant," you could feel them all jumping up and down in their seats and saying, "Ooh!" Nor was this "ooh" atmosphere ever quite dispelled thereafter. The elephant had withdrawn, but there was always the hope now that he might come on again, and if an elephant, why not a giraffe, a hippopotamus, or a polar bear? For the rest of the pantomime, every word was followed with breathless interest. At any moment, the hero might come out with another brilliant line, "Look, there's a hippopotamus." Even when it was proved with the falling of the final curtain that the author had never again risen to these heights, there was still one chance left. Perhaps if they clapped loudly enough, the elephant would hear and would take a call like the others. What sort of pantomime do children like? It's a strange thing that we never ask ourselves, what sort of plays or books or pictures do public school men like? You say that that would be an absurd question. Yet it is not nearly so absurd as the other. For the real differences of thought and feeling between you and your neighbor were there when you were children, and your agreements are the result of the subsequent community of interests which you have shared in similar public schools, universities, services, or professions. Why should two children want to see the same pantomime? Apart from the fact that, quote, two children, end quote, may mean such different samples of humanity as a boy of 5 and a girl of 15, is there any reason why Smith's child and Robinson's child should think alike? And as for your child, my dear sir or madam, I have only to look at it and at you to see at once how utterly different it is from every other child which has ever been born. Obviously, it would want something very much superior to the sort of pantomime which would amuse those very ordinary children of which Smith and Robinson are so proud. I cannot therefore advance my own childish recollections of my first pantomime as trustworthy evidence of what other children like. But I should wish you to know that when I was taken to Beauty and the Beast, at the age of 7, it was no elephant nor any other kind of beast which made the afternoon sacred for me. It was Beauty. I just gazed and gazed at Beauty. Never had I seen anything so lovely. For weeks afterwards I dreamed about her. Nothing that was said or done on the stage mattered so long as she was there. Probably the author had put some of his most delightful work into that pantomime, quote, dialogue which showed a wonderful insight into the child's mind, end quote. I apologize to him for not having listened to it. I can sympathize with him now. Or it may be that the author had written for men and women of the world. His dialogue was full of that sordid cynicism about married life which is still considered amusing, so that the aunt who took me wondered if this were really a pantomime suitable for children. Poor dear! As if I heard a word of it, I who was just waiting for Beauty to come back. What do children like? I do not think that there is any answer to that question. They like anything. They like everything. They like so many different things. But I am certain that there has never been an ideal play for very young children. It will never be written, for the reason that no self-respecting writer could bore himself so completely as to write it. Also, it is doubtful if fathers and mothers, uncles and aunts would sacrifice themselves a second time after they had once sat through it. For very young children do not want humor or whimsicality or delicate fancy or any of the delightful properties that we attribute to the ideal children's play. I do not say that they will rise from their stalls and call loudly for their perambulators if these qualities creep into the play, but they can get on very happily without them. All that they want is a continuous procession of ordinary, everyday events. The arrival of elephants, such as they see at the zoo, or of postmen and policemen, such as they see in their street, the simplest form of clowning or of practical joke, the most photographically dull dialogue. For a grown-up, it would be an appalling play to sit through, and still more appalling play to have to write. Perhaps you protest that your children love Peter Pan. Of course they do. They would be horrible children if they didn't. And they would be horrible children if they did not love, as I am sure they do, a Drury Lane pantomime. A nice child would love Hamlet. But I also love Peter Pan, and for this reason I feel that it cannot possibly be the ideal play for children. I do not, however, love the Drury Lane pantomime, which leaves me with a feeling that it may really be, quote, the children's pantomime, end quote, after all. End of section 13. Children's Plays. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 14 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 14. The Road to Knowledge. My pipe being indubitably smoked out to the last grain, I put it in my pocket and went slowly up to the nursery, trying to feel as much like that impersonation of a bear which would inevitably be demanded of me as is possible to a man of mild temperament. But I had alarmed myself unnecessarily. There was no demand for bears. Each child lay on its front, engrossed in a volume of the Children's Encyclopedia. Nobody looked up as I came in. Greatly relieved, I also took a volume of the great work and lay down on my front. I came away from my weekend a different man. For the first time in my life, I was well informed. If you had only met me on the Monday and asked me the right questions, I could have surprised you. Perhaps even now, but alas, my knowledge is slipping away from me, and probably the last of it will be gone before I have finished this article. For this encyclopedia, as you may have read in the advertisements, makes a feature of answering all those difficult questions which children ask grown-ups, and which grown-ups really want to ask somebody else. Well, perhaps not all those questions. There are two to which there were no answers in my volume, nor, I suspect, in any of the other volumes. And yet these are the two questions more often asked than any others. How did God begin? And where do babies come from? Perhaps they were omitted because the answers to them are so easy. That, my child, is something which you had better ask your mother, one replies. Or, if one is the mother, you must wait till you are grown up, dear. Nor did I see any mention of the most difficult question of all, the question of the little girl who had just been assured that God could do anything. Then, if he can do anything, can he make a stone so heavy that he can't lift it? Perhaps the editor is waiting for his second edition before he answers that one. But upon such matters as why does a stone sink, or where does the wind come from, or what makes thunder, he is delightfully informing. But I felt all the time that in this part of his book he really had his eye on me and my generation rather than on the children. No child wants to know why a stone sinks. It knows the answer already. What else could it do? Even Sir Isaac Newton was a grown-up before he asked why an apple fell, and there had been men in the world 50,000 years before that. Yes, I have been reading the outline of history too, none of whom bothered his head about gravitation. Yes, the editor was thinking all the time that you and I ought to know more about these things. Of course, we should be too shy to order the book for ourselves, but we could borrow it from our young friends occasionally on the plea of seeing if it was suitable for them, and so pick up a little of that general knowledge which we lack so sadly. Where does the wind come from? Well, really, I don't think I know now. The drawback of all guides to knowledge is that one cannot have the editor at hand in order to cross-examine him. This is particularly so in the case of a children's encyclopedia, for the child's first question, why does this do that, is meant to have no more finality than tossing up at cricket or dealing the cards at bridge. The child does not really want to know, but it does want to keep up a friendly conversation, or, if humorously inclined, to see how long you can go on without getting annoyed. Not always, of course. Sometimes it really is interested, but in most cases, I suspect the question, what makes thunder, is inspired by politeness or mischief. The grown-up is bursting to explain and ought to be humored, or else he obviously doesn't know and ought to be shown up. But these would not be my motives if the editor of the Children's Encyclopedia took me for a walk and allowed me to ask him questions. The fact that light travels at so many 100,000 miles an hour does not interest me. I should accept the information and then ask him my next question. How did they find out? That is always the intriguing part of the business. Who first realized that light was not instantaneous? What put him up to it? How did he measure its velocity? The fact, to take another case, that a cricket chirps by rubbing his knees together does not interest me. I want to know why he chirps. Is it involuntary, or is it done with the idea of pleasing? Why does a bird sing? The editor is prepared to tell me why a parrot is able to talk, but that is a much less intriguing matter. Why does a bird sing? I do not want an explanation of a thrush's song or a nightingale's, but why does a silly bird go on saying shiff-shaff all day long? Is it, for instance, happiness or hiccups? Possibly these things are explained in some other volume than the one which fell to me. Possibly they are inexplicable. We can dogmatize about a star a billion miles away, but we cannot say with certainty how an idea came to a man or a song to a bird. Indeed, I think perhaps it would have been wiser of me to have left the shift-shaft out of it altogether. I have an uneasy feeling that all last year the shift-shaft was asking himself why I wrote every day. Was it involuntary, he wondered, or was it done with the idea of pleasing? End of section 14. The Road to Knowledge. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 15 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 15. A Man of Property. Yes, a gardener's life is a disappointing one. When it was announced that we were just too late for everything this year, I decided to buy some ready-made gardens and keep them about the house until such time as nature was ready to cooperate. So now I have 3 gardens. This enables me to wear that superior look which is so annoying for you when you talk about your one little garden in front of me. Then you get off in disgust and shoot yourself, and they bury you in what you proudly call your herbaceous border, and people wonder next year why the delphiniums is so luxuriant. But you are not there to tell them. Yes, I have 3 gardens. You come upon the first one as you are shown up the staircase to the drawing room. It is outside the staircase window. This is the daffodil garden, 3 feet 8 inches by 9 inches. The vulgar speak of it as a window box. That is how one knows that they are vulgar. The maid has her instructions. We are not at home when next they call. Sometimes I sit on the stairs and count the daffodils in my garden. There are 78 of them. 78 or 79, I cannot say for certain, because they will keep nodding their heads, so that sometimes one may escape me, or perhaps I may count another one twice over. The wall around the daffodil garden is bright blue. I painted it myself, and still carry patterns of it about with me, and the result of all these yellow heads on their long green necks waving above the blue walls of my garden is that we are always making excuses to each other for going up and down stairs, and the bell in the drawing room is never rung. But I have a fault to find with my daffodils. They turn their back on us. It is natural, I suppose, that they do not care to look in at the window to see what we are doing, preferring the blue sky and the sun, and all that they can catch of March and April, but the end of it is that we see too little of their faces. For even if they are trained in youth with a disposition towards the window, yet as soon as they begin to come to their full glory, they swing round towards the south and hide their beauty from us. But the house opposite sees them, and brings his visitors, you may be sure, to his window to look at them. Indeed, I should not be surprised if he boasted of it as his garden, and were even now writing in a book about it. My second garden is circular, 18 inches in diameter, and, of course, more than that all the way round. I can see it now as I write, or more accurately if I stop writing for a moment, for it is just outside the library window. The vulgar call it a tub. They would. Actually, it is the tulip garden. At least the man says so. For the tulips have not burgeoned yet. No, I'm wrong. That's the worst of using these difficult words. They have burgeoned, but they have not blossomed. Their heads are well above ground. They have swelled into buds, but the buds have not broken. So, for all I know, they may yet be sunflowers. However, the man says they will be tulips. He was paid for tulips, and he assures me that he has had experience in these matters. For myself, I should never dare to speak with so much authority. It is not our birth, but our upbringing which makes us what we are, and these tulips have had, during their short lives above ground, a fatherly care and a watchfulness neither greater nor less than were bestowed upon the daffodils. That they sprang from different bulbs seems to me a small matter in comparison with this. However, the man says they will be tulips, presumably yellow ones. One's gardens get smaller and smaller. My third is only 11 inches by 9 inches. The vulgar call it a Japanese garden. Indeed, I don't see what else they could call it. East is east and west is west, and never the twain shall meet. But this does not prevent my Japanese garden from sitting on an old English refectory table in the dining room. A Japanese garden needs very careful management. I have 3 native gardeners working at it day and night. At least they maintain the attitudes of men hard at work. but they don't seem to do much. Perhaps they are afraid of throwing one another out of employment. The head gardener spends his time pointing to the largest cactus and saying, I suppose in Japanese, "Look at my cactus." The other two appear to be washing his Sunday shirt for him, instead of pruning or potting out, which is what I pay them for. However, the whole scene is one of great activity, for in the ornamental water in the middle of the garden two fishermen are hard at it, hoping to land something for my breakfast. So far they have not had a bite. My Japanese garden has this advantage over the others, that it is independent of the seasons. The daffodils will bow their heads and droop away. The tulips, well, let us be sure that they are tulips first, but if the man is correct, they too will wither. But the green hedgehog, which friends tell me is a cactus, will just go on and on. It must have some source of self-nourishment, for it can derive little from the sand whereon it rests. Perhaps, like most of us, it thrives on appreciation, and the gardener who points to it so proudly day and night is rightly employed after all. He knows that if once he dropped his hand or looked the other way, the cactus would give it up disheartened. It is fortunate for you that I am writing this week and not later, for I have now ordered 3 more gardens, circular ones, to sit outside the library. There is talk also of a couple of evergreen woods for the front of the house. With 6 gardens, 2 woods, and an ornamental lake, I shall be unbearable. In all the gardens of England people will be shooting themselves in disgust, and the herbaceous borders will flourish as never before. But that is for the future. Today I write only of my 3 gardens. I would write of them at greater length, but that my daffodil garden is sending out an irresistible call. I go to sit on the staircase. End of section 15. A Man of Property. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 16 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 16. An Ordnance Map. Spring calls to us to be up and about. It shouts to us to stand bareheaded upon hills and look down upon little woods and tiny red cottages, and away up to where the pines stand straight into the sky. Let the road, thin and white, wander on alone. We shall meet it again, and it shall lead us, if it will, to some comfortable inn. But now we are for the footpath and the stile. We are to stand in the fields and listen to the skylark. Must you stay and work in London? But you will have 10 minutes to spare. Look, I have an ordnance map. Let us take a walk upon that. We will start, if you please, at Buckley Cross. That is the best of walking on the map. You may start where you like, and there are no trains to catch. Our road goes north through the village. Shall we stop a moment to buy an apple or two? Apples go well in the open air. We shall sit upon a gate presently and eat them before we light our pipes and join the road again. A pound, if you will, and now with bulging pockets for the north. Over Buckley Common. You see by the dotted lines that it is an unfenced road, as indeed it should be, over gorse and heather. A mile of it, and then it branches into two. Let us take this lane on the left. The way seems more wooded to the west. By now we should be passing Buckley Grove. Perhaps it's for sale. If so, we might stop for a minute or two and buy it. We can work out how many acres it is, because it is about 3/4 of an inch each way, and if you could only remember how many acres went to a square mile, well, anyhow, it is a good-sized place. But 3 miles from a station, you say? Ah, yes, but look at that little mark there just round the corner. Do you know what that stands for? A wind pump. How jolly to have one at your very door. Shall we go and look at the wind pump? You would say casually to your guests. Let us leave the road. Do you see those dots going off to the right? That is a footpath. I have an idea that that will take us to the skylark. They do not mark skylarks on the map. I cannot say why, but something tells me that about a mile farther on, where the dots begin to bend, ah, do you hear? Up and up he goes into the blue, fainter and fainter falls the music. He calls to us to follow him to the clean morning of the world, whose magic light has shone for us in our dreams so long, yet ever eluded us waking. Bathed in that light, youth is not so young as we, nor beauty more beautiful. In that light, happiness is ours at last, for endeavor shall have its perfect fulfillment, a fulfillment without regret. Yes, let us have an apple. Our path seems to end suddenly here. We shall have to go through this farm, all the dogs barking, all the fowls cluttering, all the lambs galloping. What a jolly, friendly commotion we have made! But we can get to the road again this way. Indeed, we must get into the road soon, because it is hungry work out in the air. And 2 inches to the northwest is written a word full of meaning, the most purposeful word that can be written upon a map: inn. So now for a steady climb. We have dropped down to 200 by the farmhouse, and the inn is marked 500. But it is only 2 miles. Well, barely that. Come along. What shall we have? Ought it not be bread and cheese and beer? But if you will excuse me, I would rather not have beer. I know that it sounds well to ask for it. As far as that goes, I will ask for it willingly, but I have never been able to drink it in any comfort. I think I shall have a gin and ginger. That also sounds well. More important still, it drinks well. In fact, the only thing which I don't like about it is the gin. Oh, good morning. We want some bread and cheese, please, and 1 pint of beer and a gin and ginger. And you might leave out the gin. Yes, of course, I could have asked straight off for a plain ginger beer, but that sounds so very mild. My way, I use the word gin twice. Let us be dashing on this brave day. After lunch, a pipe, while we consider where to go next. It is anywhere you like, you know. To the north there is Greymore Wood, and we pass a windmill, and to the east there is the little village of Colesford, which has a church without a steeple, and to the west we go quite near another wind pump, and to the south, well, we should have to cross the line pretty soon. That brings us into touch with civilization. We do not want that just yet. So the north again let it be. This is Greymore Wood. Yes, there is a footpath marked right through it, but footpaths are hard to see beneath such a carpet of dead leaves. I dare say we shall lose ourselves. One false step and we are off the line of dots. There you are, there's a dot missing. We have lost the track. Now we must get out as best we can. Do you know the way of telling the north by the sun? You turn the hour hand of your watch to the sun, and halfway between that and the 12 is the south. Or else you turn the 12 to the sun, and take halfway between that and the hour hand. Anyhow, you do find the south eventually, after 1 or 2 experiments, and having discovered the south, it's easy to locate the north. With your permission, then we will push due north through Greymore Wood. We are through and on the road, but it is getting late. Let us hurry on. It would be tempting to wander down to that stream and follow its banks for a little. It would be pleasant to turn into that unmetalled, unfenced road doesn't one know those roads? And let it carry us to the village of Milne, rich in both telegraph office and steeple. There is also, no more than 2 miles from where we stand, a contour of 600 feet. Shall we make for the view at the top of that? But no, perhaps you're right. We had best be getting home now. It is growing chilly. The sun has gone in. If we lost ourselves again, we could never find the north. Let us make for the nearest station. Widdington, isn't it? 3 miles away. There, now we are home again. And must you really get on with your work? Well, but it has been a jolly day, hasn't it? End of section 16. An Ordnance Map. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 17 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 17. The Lord Mayor. There is a story of a boy who was asked to name 10 animals which inhabited the polar regions. After a little thought, he answered, 6 penguins and 4 seals. In the same way, I suspect that if you were asked to give the names of any 3 Lord Mayors of London, you would say Dick Whittington Dick Whittington and of course Dick Whittington, knowing that he held that high office 3 times and being quite unable to think of anybody else. This is where I have the advantage of you. In my youth, there was a joke that went like this: why does the Lord Mayor like pepper? Because without his KN, he'd be ill. I have an unfortunate habit of remembering even the worst joke, and so I can tell you, all these years after, that there was once a Lord Mayor called Nil. It is because I know the names of 4 Lord Mayors that I can write with such authority upon the subject. To be a successful Lord Mayor demands years of training. Fortunately, the aspiring apprentice has time for preparation. From the moment when he is first elected a member of the Worshipful Company of Linen Drapers, he can see it coming. He can say with confidence that in 1944 or 43, if old Sir Joshua has a stroke next year, as seems probable, he will become the first citizen of London, which gives him 24 years in which to acquire the manor. It would be more interesting if this were not so. It would be more interesting to you and me if there were something of a struggle each year for the Lord Mayoralty, so that we could put our money on our respective fancies. If, towards the end of October, we could read that the haberdasher's nominee had been for a stripped gallop on Hackney Downs and had pulled up sweating badly, if the mayor could send a late wire from Aldgate to tell us that the candidate from the Drysalter's stable was refusing his turtle soup, if we could all try our luck at spotting the winner for November 9th, then it is possible that the name of the new Lord Mayor might be as familiar in our mouths as that of this year's Derby favourite. As it is, there is no excitement at all about the business. We are told casually in a corner of the paper that Sir Tuttlebury Tupkins is to be the next Lord Mayor, and we gather that it was inevitable. The name conveys nothing to us. The face is the habitual face. He duly becomes Lord Mayor and loses his identity. We can still only think of Dick Whittington. One cannot help wondering if it is worth it. He has his crowded year of glorious life, but it is a year without a name. He is never himself. He is just the Lord Mayor. He meets all the great people of the day, soldiers, sailors, statesmen, even artists, but they would never recognize him again. He cannot say that he knows them, even though he has given them the freedom of the city or a jeweled sword. He can do nothing to make his year of office memorable, nothing, that is, which his predecessor did not do before, or his successor will not do again. If he raises a mansion house fund for the survivors of a flood, his predecessor had an earthquake, and his successor is safe for a famine. And nobody will remember whether it was in his year or in Sir Joshua Potts that the record was beaten. For this 1 year of anonymous greatness, the aspiring Lord Mayor has to sacrifice his whole personality. He is to be the first citizen of London, but he must be very careful that London has never heard of him before. He has to live the life of a hermit, resolute neither to know nor to be known. For a year he shakes hands mechanically, but in the years before and the years afterwards nobody, I imagine, has ever smacked him on the back. Indeed, it is doubtful if anybody has even seen him, so remote is his life from ours. He was dedicated to this from birth, or anyhow from the moment when he was first elected a member of the Worshipful Company of Linen Drapers, and he had been preparing that wooden expression ever since. It is because he has had to spend so many years out of the world that a city remembrancer is provided for him. The city remembrancer stands at his elbow when he receives his guests and tells him who they are. Without this aid, how should he know? Perhaps it's Mr. Thomas Hardy who is arriving. Mr. Thomas Hardy, says the gentleman with the voice, and the Lord Mayor holds out his hand. I'm very glad, he says, to welcome such a very well-known, such a distinguished writer, says the city remembrancer behind the back of his hand. Such a distinguished writer, the author of so many famous novels, breathes the city remembrancer, gazing up at the ceiling. So many famous novels, continues the Lord Mayor, quite undisturbed, for he is used to it by this time. The author of East Lynne, The city remembrancer coughs and walks across the other side of the Lord Mayor, murmuring "Tess of the d'Urberville" to the back of the mayoral head as he goes. The Lord Mayor then repeats that he is delighted to welcome the author of Death and the Doorbells to the city, and holds out his hand to Mr. John Sargent. "The painter," says the city remembrancer, his lips, from long practice, hardly moving. In the sanctity of the home that evening, while removing his chains of office, the Lord Mayor, we may suppose, tells his sleepy wife what an interesting day he has had, and how Mr. Thomas Sargent, the famous statesman, and Mr. John Hardy, the sculptor, both came to lunch. And all the time the year is creeping on, another day gone, another day nearer to that fatal November 8th, and here inevitably is November 8, and by tomorrow he will be the most pathetic of all living creatures, an ex-Lord Mayor of London. Where do they live, the ex-Lord Mayors? They must have a colony of their own somewhere, a garden city in which they can live together as equals. Probably they have some arrangement by which they take it in turns to be reminiscent. Sir Tuttlebury Tupkins has second Wednesdays on his card, and Sir Joshua Potts receives on third Mondays. And the other Lord Mayors gather round and listen, nodding their heads. On their birthdays they give each other gold caskets, and every November 10th they march in a body to the station to welcome the new arrival. Poor fellow, the tears are streaming down his cheeks, and his paunch is shaken with sobs, but there is a hot bowl of turtle soup waiting for him at Lady Tupkins' house, the mansion cottage, and he will soon feel more comfortable. He has been allotted the fourth Fridays, and it is hoped that by Christmas he will have settled down quite happily at Ichabod Lodge. End of section 17, The Lord Mayor. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 18 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 18, The Holiday Problem. The ideal time for a summer holiday is May, June, July, August, and September, with perhaps a fortnight in October if the weather holds up. But it is difficult to cram all this into the few short weeks allowed to most of us. We are faced accordingly with the business of singling out one month from the others, a business invidious enough to a lover of the country, but still more so to one who loves London as well. The question for him is not only which month is most wonderful by the sea, but also which month is most tolerable out of town. I could wash my hands of London in May and come back brown from cricket and golf and sailing in September with willingness. Alas, it is impossible. But if I pick out July as a month for the open-air life, I begin immediately to think of the superiority of July over June as a month to spend in London. Not but what June is a delightful month in town, and May and August for that matter. In May, for instance, let us go into this question. May, of course, is hopeless for a holiday. One must be near one's tailor in May to see about one's summer clothes. Choosing a flannel suit in May is one of the moments of one's life, only equalled by certain other great moments at the hosier's and hatter's. Never cast a clout till May be out, says a particularly idiotic saw, but as you have already disregarded it by casting your fur coat, you may as well go through with the business now. Socks? I ask you to think of summer socks. Have you ordered your half hose yet? No. Then how can you go away for your holiday? Again, taxicabs pull down their shutters in May, and you are able to see and be seen as you drive through London. Never forget when you drive in a taxi that you own the car absolutely as long as the clock is ticking, that you are a motorist, a fit member for the Royal Automobile Club, that the driver is your chauffeur to obey your orders, and, best of all, that, May being here, you can put your feet up on the seat opposite in the sight of everybody. Will you miss the glory? In June and July it will have lost something. Pay your 5 shillings in May and expand. Live. Pay your £5 if you like, and drive all down the Cromwell Road. Don't bury yourself in Devonshire. The long light evenings of June in London, The dances, the dinners in the warm nights of June, the window boxes in the squares, the pretty people in the parks. Are we going to leave them? There is so much going on. We may not be in it, but we must be in London to feel that we are helping. They also serve who only stand and stare. Besides, I put it to you, strawberries are ripe in June. You will never get enough in Cumberland or wherever you are. Not good ones, not the shilling a seed kind. Is it wise to go away in July? What about the varsity match and gentlemen versus players? You must be at Lord's for those. Yes, July is the month for Lord's. Drive there, I beg you, in a hansom, if indeed there is still one left. A taxi by all means in May or when you are in a hurry, but a day at Lord's must be taken deliberately. Drive there at your leisure, breathe deeply, do not be afraid of taking your seat before play begins. You can buy a Sportsman on the ground and read how Pollingwick nearly beat Upper Finchley. It's all part of the great game, and if you are to enjoy your day truly, then you must go with this feeling in the back of your mind that you ought really to be working. That is the right condiment for a cricket match. Yes, we must be near St. John's Woods in July, but what about August? Everybody, you say, goes away in August. But is not that rather a reason for staying? I don't bother to point out that the country will be crowded, only that London will be so pleasantly empty. In August and September you can wander about in your oldest clothes and nobody will mind. You can get a seat for any play without difficulty, indeed without paying if you know the way. It's a rare time for seeing the old churches of the city or for exploring the South Kensington Museum. London is not London in August and September. It's a jolly old town that you have never seen before. You can dine at the Savoy in your shirt sleeves. Well, nearly. I mean, that gives you the idea. And best of all, your friends will all be enjoying themselves in the country and they will ask you down for weekends. Robinson, who is having a cricket week for his schoolboy sons, and Smith, who has hired a yacht, will be glad to see you from Friday to Tuesday. If you had gone to Switzerland for the month, you couldn't have accepted their kind invitations. How I wish, you would have said as you paid the extra centimes on their letters, how I wish I had taken my holiday in June. On the other hand, in June, well, you see how difficult it is for you. Of course, I don't really mind what you do. For myself, I've almost decided to have a week in each month. The advantage of this is that I shall go away 4 times instead of once. There is no joy in the world to equal that of strolling after a London porter who is looking for an empty smoker in which to put your golf clubs. To do it 4 times, each time with the knowledge of a week's holiday ahead, is almost more than man deserves. True that by this means I shall also come back 4 times instead of once, but to a lover of London that is no great matter. Indeed, I like it so. And another advantage is that I can take 5 weeks in this way while deluding my conscience into thinking that I am only taking 4. A holiday taken in a lump is taken and over. Taken in weeks, with odd days at each end of the weeks, it always leaves a margin for error. I shall take care that the error is on the right side. And if anybody grumbles, "Why, you're always going away," I shall answer with dignity, "Confound it, I'm always coming back." End of section 18. The Holiday Problem. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 19 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 19. The Burlington Arcade. It is the fashion, I understand, to be late for dinner but punctual for lunch. What the perfect gentleman does when he accepts an invitation for breakfast, I do not know. Possibly he has to be early. But for lunch, the guests should arrive at the very stroke of the appointed hour, even though it leads to a certain congestion on the mat. My engagement was for 1:30, and for a little while my reputation seemed to be in jeopardy. 2 circumstances contributed to this. The first one was the ever-present difficulty in these busy days of synchronizing an arrival. A prudent man allows himself time for being pushed off the first half dozen omnibuses and trusts to surging up with the seventh wave. I was so unlucky as to cleave my way onto the first bus of all, with the result that when I descended from it I was a good 10 minutes early. Well, that was bad enough, but just as I was approaching the door I realized that my calculations had been made for a 1 o'clock lunch. It was now 10 to 1. I had 40 minutes in hand. It is very difficult to know what to do with 40 minutes in the middle of Piccadilly, particularly when it is raining. Until a year ago I had had a club there, and I had actually resigned from it. How little one foresees the future, on the plea that I never had occasion to use it. I felt that I would cheerfully have paid the subscription for the rest of my life in order to have had the loan of its roof at that moment. My new club, like the National Gallery and the British Museum, those refuges for the wet Londoner, was too far away. The Academy had not yet opened. And then a sudden inspiration drew me into the Burlington Arcade. They say that the churches of London are ill attended nowadays, but at least St. James's Piccadilly can have no cause for complaint, for I suppose that the merchants of the Arcade and all those dependent on them repair thither twice weekly to pray for wet weather. The Burlington Arcade is indeed a beautiful place on a wet day. One can move leisurely from window to window, passing from silk pajamas to bead necklaces, and from bead necklaces back to silk pajamas again. One can look for a break in the weather from either the north or the south, and at the south end there is a clock conveniently placed for those who have a watch waiting its turn at the repairer's and a luncheon engagement in 40 minutes. For a long time I hesitated between a bead necklace and a pair of pajamas. A few colored stones on a chain were introduced to the umbrella-less onlooker as, quote, "the latest fashion," end quote, followed by the announcement, superfluous in the circumstances, that it was, quote, "very stylish," end quote. It came as a shock to read further that one could be in the fashion for so little a sum as 6 shillings. There were other necklaces at the same price, but of entirely different design, which were equally stylish, and of a fashion no less up to date. In this the merchant seemed to me to have made a mistake, for the whole glory of wearing, quote, "the latest fashion," end quote, is the realization that the other woman has just missed it by a bead or two. A fashion must be exclusive. St. James Piccadilly is all very well, but one has to consider how to draw the umbrella-less within after one has got their noses to the shop window. I passed on to the pajamas, which seemed to be mostly in regimental colors. This war came upon us too suddenly, so that most of us rushed into the army without a proper consideration of essentials. I doubt if anyone who enlisted in the early days stopped to ask himself whether the regimental colors would suit him. It'll be different in the next war. If anybody joins the infantry at all, which is doubtful, he will at least join a regiment whose pajamas may be worn with self-respect in the happy peace days. There are objections to turning up to lunch, however warmly invited, with a pair of pajamas under the arm. It looks as though you might stay too long. I moved on to another row of bead necklaces. They offered themselves for 2 shillings, and all that the owner could find to say for them was that they were, quote, "quite new," end quote. If he meant that nobody had ever worn such a necklace before, he was probably right, but I feel that he could have done better for them than this, and that, quote, "as supplied to the Queen of Denmark," end quote, or something of the sort, would have justified an increase to 2 and 3 pence. By this time nearly everybody was lunching except myself, and my clock said 1:25. If I were to arrive with that exact punctuality upon which I so credit myself, I must buy my bead necklace upon some other day. I said good-bye to the Burlington Arcade and stepped out of it with the air of a man who has done a successful morning's shopping. A clock in the hall was striking 1:30 as I entered. Then I remembered. It was Tuesday's lunch which was to be at 1:30. Today's was at 1 o'clock. However, I had discovered the Burlington Arcade. End of section 19. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 20 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 20. State Lotteries. The popular argument against the state lottery is an assertion that it will encourage the gambling spirit. The popular argument in favor of the state lottery is an assertion that it is hypocritical to say that it will encourage the gambling spirit, because the gambling spirit is already amongst us. Having listened to a good deal of this sort of argument on both sides, I thought it would be well to look up the word gamble in my dictionary. I found it next to gamboge, and I can now tell you all about it. To gamble, says my dictionary, is, quote, to play for money in games of skill or chance, end quote, and it adds the information that the word is derived from the Anglo-Saxon gamen, which means a game. Now, to me, this definition is particularly interesting because it justifies all that I've been thinking about the gambling spirit in connection with premium bonds. I am against premium bonds, but not for the popular reason. I am against them because, as it seems to me, there is so very little of the gamble about them. And now that I have looked up gamble in the dictionary, I see that I was right. The chance element in a state lottery is obvious, but the game element is entirely absent. It is nothing so harmless and so human as the gambling spirit which premium bonds would encourage. We play for money in games of skill or chance, bridge for instance, but it isn't only of the money we are thinking. We get pleasure out of the game. Probably we prefer it to a game of greater chance, such as 21, but even at 21 or baccarat, there is something more than chance which is taking a hand in the game. Not skill, perhaps, but at least personality. If you are only throwing dice, you are engaged in a personal struggle with another man, and you are directing the struggle to this extent that you can call the value of the stakes and decide whether to go on or to stop. And is there any man who, having made a fortune at Monte Carlo, will admit that he owes it entirely to chance? Will he not rather attribute it to his wonderful system, or if not to that, at any rate to his wonderful nerve, his perseverance, or his recklessness? The game element, then, comes into all these forms of gambling, and still more strongly does it pervade that most common form of gambling, betting on horses. I do not suggest that the street corner boy who puts a shilling both ways on bronchitis knows anything whatever about horses, but at least he thinks he does. And if he wins 5 shillings on that happy afternoon when bronchitis proves himself to be the 2:30 winner, his pleasure will not be solely in the money. The thought that he is such a skillful follower of the form that he has something of the national eye for a horse will give him as much pleasure as can be extracted from the 5 shillings itself. This, then, is the gambling spirit. It has its dangers, certainly, but it is not entirely an evil spirit. It is possible that the state should not encourage it, but it is not called upon to exercise it with bell, book, and candle. I am not sure that I should favor a state gamble, but my arguments against it would be much the same as my arguments against state cricket or the solemn official endowment and recognition of any other jolly game. However, I need not trouble you with those arguments now, for nothing so harmless as a state gamble has never been suggested. Instead, we have from time to time a state lottery offered to us, and that is a very different proposition. For in a state lottery with daily prizes of £50,000, the game or gambling element does not exist. Buy your $100 bond, as 1,000 placards will urge you to do, and you simply take part in a cold-blooded attempt to acquire money without working for it. You can take no personal interest whatever in the manner of acquiring it. Somebody turns a handle and perhaps your number comes out. More probably it doesn't. If it doesn't, you can call yourself a fool for having thrown away your savings. If it does, well, you've got the money. May you be happy with it. But you have considerably less on which to congratulate yourself than had the street corner boy who backed bronchitis. He had an eye for a horse. Probably you hadn't even an eye for a row of figures. Moreover, the state would be giving its official approval to the unearned fortune. In these days, when the worker is asking for a week of so many less hours and so many more shillings, the state would answer, I can show you a better way than that. What do you say to no work at all, and £20 a week for it? At a time when the one cry is production, the state adds, behind its hand, buy a premium bond and let the other man produce for you. After all these years in which we have been slowly progressing towards the idea of a more equitable distribution of wealth, the government would show us the really equitable way. It would collect the savings of the many and redistribute them among the few. Instead of 1,000,000 £10 citizens, we should have 1,000 £10,000 and 999,000 with nothing. That would be the official way of making the country happy and contented. But, in fact, the social and political controversies are not kept alive by such arguments as these, nor by the answers which can legitimately be made to such arguments. The case of the average man in favor of state lotteries is, quite simply, that he does not like Dr. Clifford. The case of the average man against state lotteries is equally simple. He cannot bear to be on the same side as Mr. Bottomley. End of section 20. State Lotteries. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 21 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 21. The Record Lie. I have seen it quoted again. Yes, it appears solemnly in print, even now, at the end of the greatest war in history. Si vis pacem para bellum. And the writer goes on to say that the League of Nations is all very well, but unfortunately we are, quote, not angels, end quote. Dear, dear. Being separated for the moment from my book of quotations, I cannot say who was the Roman thinker who first gave this brilliant paradox to the world, but I imagine him a fat, easy-going gentleman who occasionally threw off good things after dinner. He never thought very much of si vis pacem para bellum. It was not one of his best, but it seemed to please some of his political friends, one of whom asked if he might use it in his next speech in the Senate. Our fat gentleman said, "Certainly, if you like," and added, with unusual frankness, "I don't quite know what it means." But the other did not think that that would matter very much, so he quoted it, and it had a considerable vogue. And by they returned to the place from which they had come, leaving behind them the record lie of the ages, the lie which has caused more suffering than anything the devil could have invented for himself. 2,000 years from now, people will still be quoting it and killing each other on the strength of it. Or perhaps I am wrong. Perhaps 2,000 years from now, if the English language is sufficiently dead by then, the world will have some casual paradox of Bernard Shaw's or Oscar Wilde's on its lips, passing it reverently from mouth to mouth as if it were Holy Writ, and dropping bombs on Mars to show that they know what it means. For a quotation is a handy thing to have about, saving one the trouble of thinking for oneself, always a laborious business. Si vis pacem para bellum. Yes, it sounds well. It has a conclusive ring about it, particularly if the speaker stops there for a moment and drinks a glass of water. If you want peace, prepare for war is not quite so convincing. That might have been his own idea, evolved while running after a motor bus in the morning. We should not be so ready to accept it as gospel. But si vis pacem? It's almost blasphemous to doubt it. Suppose for a moment that it is true. Well, but this certainly is true. Si vis bellum para bellum. So it follows that preparation for war means nothing. It does not necessarily mean that you want war. It does not necessarily mean that you want peace. It is an action which is as likely to have been inspired by an evil motive as by a good motive. When a gentleman with a van calls for your furniture, you have means of ascertaining whether he is the furniture remover whom you ordered or the burglar whom you didn't order, but there is no way of discovering which of two Latin tags is inspiring a nation's armaments. Si vis pacem para bellum, it is a delightful excuse. Germany was using it up to the last moment. However, I can produce a third tag in the same language, which is worth consideration. Si vis amare bellum para bellum, said by Quintus Balbus the Younger 5 minutes before he was called a pro-Carthaginian. There seems to be something in it. I have been told by women that it is great fun putting on a new frock, but I understand that they like going out in it afterwards. After years in the schools, a painter does want to show the public what he has learned. Soldiers who have given their lives to preparing for war may be different. They may be quite content to play about at maneuvers and answer examination papers. I learned my golf, such as it is, by driving into a net. Perhaps if I had had the soldier's temperament, I should still be driving into a net quite happily. On the other hand, soldiers may be just like other people, and having prepared for a thing, may want to do it. No, it is a pity, but universal peace will hardly come as a result of universal preparedness for war, as these dear people seem to hope. It will only come as a result of universal feeling that war is the most babyish and laughably idiotic thing that this poor world has evolved. Our writer says sadly that there is no hope of doing without armies. We are not angels. It's not a question of, quote, not being angels, end quote. It is a question of not being childish lunatics. Possibly there is no hope of this either, but I think we might make an effort. For opinions do spread if one holds them firmly oneself and is not afraid of confessing them. A si vis pacem gentleman said to me once, with a sneer, "How are you going to do it? Speeches and pamphlets?" Well, that was how Christianity got about, even though Paul's letters did not appear in a daily paper with a circulation of 1 million and a telegraphic service to every part of the world. But perhaps Christianity is an unfortunate example to give in an argument about war. One begins to ask oneself if Christianity has spread as much as one thought. There are dear people, of course, to whom it has been revealed in the night that God is really much more interested in nations than in persons. It is not your soul or my soul that he is concerned about, but the British Empire's. Germany he dislikes, although the Germans were under a silly misapprehension about this once, and though the Japanese do not worship him, yet they are such active little fellows, not to say allies of England, that they too are under his special protection. And when he deprecated lying and stealing and murder and bearing false witness and all those things, he meant that if they were done in a really wholesale way, by nations, not by individuals, then it did not matter, for he can forgive a nation anything, having so much more interest in it. All of which may be true, but it is not Christianity. However, as our writer says, quote, "We are not angels," end quote, and apparently he thinks that it would be rather wicked of us to try to be. Perhaps he is right. End of section 21. The Record Lie. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 22 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 22. Wedding Bells. Champagne is often pleasant at lunch, it is always delightful at dinner, and it is an absolute necessity if one is to talk freely about oneself afterwards at a dance supper. But champagne for tea is horrible. Perhaps this is why a wedding always finds me melancholy next morning. She has married the wrong man, I say to myself. I wonder if it's too late to tell her. The trouble of answering the invitation and of thinking of something to give more original than a toast rack should, one feels, have its compensations. From each wedding that I attend, I expect an afternoon's enjoyment in return for my extant. For one thing, I have my best clothes on. Few people have seen me in them, and these few won't believe it, so that from the very beginning the day has a certain freshness. It's not an ordinary day. It starts with this advantage, that in my best clothes I am not difficult to please. The world smiles upon me. Once I am in church, however, my calm begins to leave me. As time wears on, and the organist invents more and more tunes, I tremble lest the bride has forgotten the day. The choir is waiting for her, the bridegroom is waiting for her. I, I also wait. What if she has changed her mind at the last minute? But no, the organist is sailed into his set piece. The choir advances, follows the bride, looking so lonely that I long to comfort her and remind her of my extant. And last of all, the pretty bridesmaids. The clergyman begins his drone. You would think that, reassured by the presence of the bride, I could be happy now. But there is still much to bother me. The bridegroom is showing signs of having forgotten his part. The bride can't get her glove off. One of the bridesmaids is treading on my hat. Worse than all this, there is a painful want of unanimity among the congregation as to when we stand up and when we sit down. Sometimes I am alone and sitting, when everybody else is standing, and that is easy to bear. But sometimes I find myself standing when everybody else is sitting, and that is very hard. They have gone to the vestry. The choir sings an anthem to while away the kissing time, and, right or wrong, I am sitting down, comforting my poor hat. There was a time when I, too, used to go into the vestry, when I was something of an authority on weddings, and would attend weekly in some minor official capacity. Any odd jobs that were going seemed to devolve on me. If somebody was wanted suddenly to sign the register, or kiss the bride's mother, or wind up the going away car, it used to be taken for granted that I was a man to do it. I wore a white flower in my buttonhole to show that I was available. I served, I may say, in an entirely honorary capacity, except in so far as I was expected to give the happy pair a slightly larger present than the others. One day I happened to suggest to an intending groom that he had other friends more ornamental and therefore more suitable for this sort of work than I, to which he replied that they were all married and that etiquette demanded a bachelor for the business. Of course, as soon as I heard this, I got married too. Here they come. Doesn't she look sweet? We hurry after them and rush for the carriages. I am only a friend of the bridegroom's. Perhaps I had better walk. It must be very easy to be a guest at a wedding reception, where each of the two clans takes it for granted that all the extraordinary strangers belong to the other clan. Indeed, nobody with one good suit and a stomach for champagne and sandwiches need starve in London. He or she can wander safely in wherever a red carpet beckons. I suppose I must put in an appearance at this reception, but if I happen to pass another piece of carpet on the way to the house, and the people going in seem more attractive than our lot, I shall be tempted to join them. This is, perhaps, the worst part of the ceremony, this 300 yards or so from the hymn sheets to the champagne. All London is now gazing at my old top hat. When the war went on and on and on, and it seemed as though it were going on forever, I looked back on peace much as those old retired warriors at the end of last century looked back on their happy Crimean days, and in the same spirit as that in which they hung their swords over the baronial fireplace, I decided to suspend my old top hat above the mantelpiece in the drawing room. In the years to come, I would take my grandchildren on my knee and tell them stories of the old days when grandfather was a civilian, of desperate charges by church wardens and organists and warm receptions. And sometimes I would hold the old top hat reverently in my hands, and a sudden gleam would come into my eyes, so that those watching me would say to each other, "He is thinking of that tea fight at Rutland Gate in 1912." So I pictured the future of my top hat, never dreaming that in 1920 it would take the air again. For I went into the war in order to make the world safe for democracy, which I understood to mean, and was distinctly informed so by the press, a world safe for those of us who prefer soft hats with a dent in the middle. The war, said the press, has killed the top hat. Apparently it failed to do this, as it failed to do so many of the things which we hoped from it. So the old veteran of 1912 dares the sunlight again. We are arrived, and I am greeted warmly by the bride's parents. I look at the mother closely so that I shall know her again when I come to say good-bye, and give her a smile which tells her that I was determined to come down to this wedding, although I had a good deal of work to do. I linger with the idea of pursuing this point, for I want them to know that they nearly missed me, but I am pushed on by the crowd behind me. The bride and bridegroom salute me cordially, but show no desire for intimate gossip. A horrible feeling goes through me that my absence would not have been commented upon by them at any inordinate length. It would not have spoiled the honeymoon, for instance. I move on and look at the presents. The presents are numerous and costly. Having discovered my own, I stand a little way back and listen to the opinions of my neighbors upon it. On the whole, the reception is favorable. The detective, I am horrified to discover, is on the other side of the room, apparently callous as to the fate of my extant. I cannot help feeling that if he knew his business, he would be standing where I am standing now, or else there should be two detectives. It is a question now whether it is safe for me to leave my post and search for food. Now he is coming round, I can trust it to him. On my way to the refreshments, I have met an old friend. I like to meet my friends at weddings, but I wish I had not met this one. She has sowed the seeds of disquiet in my mind by telling me that it is not etiquette to begin to eat until the bride has cut the cake. I answer, then why doesn't somebody tell the bride to cut the cake? But the bride, it seems, is busy. I wish now that I had not met my friend. Who but a woman would know the etiquette of these things? And who but a woman would bother about it? The bride is cutting the cake. The bridegroom has lent her his sword or his fountain pen, whatever is the emblem of his trade. He is a stockbroker, and as she cuts, we buzz round her, hoping for one of the marzipan pieces. I wish to leave now before I am sorry, but my friend tells me that it's not quite etiquette to leave until the bride and bridegroom have gone. Besides, I must drink the bride's health. I drink her health, hers, not mine. Time rolls on. I was wrong to have had champagne. It doesn't suit me at tea. However, for the moment, life is bright enough. I have looked at the presents and my own is still there, and I have been given a bagful of confetti. The weary weeks one lives through without a handful of anything to throw at anybody. How good to be young again. I take up a strong position in the hall. They come. Got him! Got him! Now a long shot. Got him! I feel slightly better and begin the search for my hostess. I have shaken hands with all the bride's aunts and all the bridegroom's aunts, and in fact all the aunts of everybody here. Each one seems to me more like my hostess than the last. Goodbye. Fool, of course, there she is. Goodbye. My hat and I take the air again. A pleasant afternoon, and yet tomorrow morning I shall see things more clearly, and I shall know that the bridegroom has married the wrong girl. But it'll be too late then to save him. End of section 22. Wedding Bells. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 23 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 23. Public Opinion. At the beginning of the last strike, the papers announced that public opinion was firmly opposed to dictation by a minority. Towards the end of the strike, the papers said that public opinion was strongly in favor of a settlement which would leave neither side with a sense of defeat. I do not complain of either of these statements, but I have been wondering, as I have often wondered before, how a leader writer discovers what the public opinion is. When one reads about public opinion in the press, and one reads a good deal about it one way and another, it is a little difficult to realize, particularly if the printer has used capital letters, that this much advertised public opinion is simply you and me and the others. Now, since it is impossible for any man to get at the opinions of all of us, it is necessary that he should content himself with a sample half dozen or so. But from where does he get this sample? Possibly from his own club, limited perhaps to men of his own political opinions. Almost certainly from his own class. Public opinion in this case is simply what he thinks. Even if he takes the opinion of strangers, the waiter who serves him at lunch, the tobacconists, the policeman at the corner, the opinion may be one specially prepared for his personal consumption, one inspired by tact, boredom, or even a sense of humor. If, for instance, the process were to be reversed, and my tobacconist were to ask me what I thought of the strike, I should grunt and go out of his shop. But he would be wrong to attribute, quote, "a dour grimness," end quote, to the nation in consequence. Nor is the investigator likely to be more correct if he judges public opinion from the evidence of his eyes rather than his ears. Thus, one reporter noticed on the faces of his companions in the omnibus, quote, "a look of stern determination to see this thing through," end quote. If they were all really looking like that, it must have been an impressive sight. But it is at least possible that this distinctive look was one of stern determination to get a more comfortable seat on the bus which took them home again. It must be very easy, and would certainly be extremely interesting, to go about forming public opinion. I should like to initiate an LFPO, or League for Forming Public Opinion, and not only for forming it, but for putting it, when formed, into direct action. Such a league, even if limited to 200 members, could by its concerted action exercise a very remarkable effect. Suppose we decided to attack profiteering. We should choose a shop, a hosier's, let us say. Beginning of Monday morning, a member of the league would go in and ask to be shown some ties. Having spent some time in looking through the stock and selecting a couple, he would ask the price. "Oh, but that's ridiculous," he would say. "I couldn't think of paying that. If I can't get them cheaper somewhere else, I'll do without them altogether." The shopman shrugs his shoulders and puts his ties back again. Perhaps he tells himself contemptuously that he doesn't cater for that sort of customer. The customer goes out, and half an hour later the second member of the league arrives. This one asks for collars. He is equally indignant at the price, and is equally determined not to wear a collar at all rather than submit to such extortion. Half an hour later the third member comes in. He wants socks. The fourth member wants ties again. The fifth wants gloves. Now this is going on, not only all through the day, but all through the week, and for another week after that. Can you not imagine that, after a fortnight of it, the haberdasher begins to feel that, quote, "public opinion is strongly aroused against profiteering in the hosiery trade"? Is it not possible that the loss of 200 customers in a fortnight would make him wonder whether a lower price might not bring him in a greater profit? I think it is possible. I do not think he could withstand a public opinion so well organized and so relentlessly concentrated. But such a league would have enormous power in many ways. If you were to write to the editor of a paper complaining that so-and-so's contributions, mine if you like, were beneath contempt, the editor would not be seriously concerned about it. Possibly he had a letter the day before saying that so-and-so was beyond all other writers delightful. But if 20 members of the league wrote every week for 10 weeks in succession from 200 different addresses saying that so-and-so's articles were beneath contempt, the editor would be more than human if he did not tell himself that so-and-so had fallen off a little and was obviously losing his hold on the popular imagination. In a little while he would decide that it would be wiser to make a change. Of course, the league would not attack a writer or any other public man from sheer willfulness, but it would probably have no difficulty in bringing down overpraised mediocrity to its proper level, or in giving a helping hand to unrecognized talent. But unless its president were a man of unerring judgment and remarkable restraint, its sense of power would probably be too much for it, and it would lose its head altogether. Looking round for a suitable precedent, I can think of nobody but myself, and I am too busy just now. End of section 23. Public Opinion. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 24 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 24. The Honor of Your Country. We were resting after the first battle of the Somme. Naturally, all the talk in the mess was of after the war. Ours was the HQ mess, and I was the only subaltern. The youngest of us was well over 30. With a gravity befitting our years and, except for myself, our rank, we discussed not only restaurants and reviews, but also Reconstruction. The Colonel's idea of Reconstruction included a large army of conscripts. He did not call them conscripts. The fact that he had chosen to be a soldier himself, out of all the professions open to him, made it difficult for him to understand why a million others should not do the same without compulsion. At any rate, we must have the men. The one thing the war had taught us was that we must have a real continental army. I asked why. There's not to reason why on parade, but in the HQ mess on active service the colonel is a fellow human being. So I asked him why we wanted a large army after the war. For the moment he was at a loss. Of course, he might have said Germany had it not been decided already that there would be no Germany after the war. He did not like to say France, seeing that we were even then enjoying the hospitality of the most delightful French villages. So, after a little hesitation, he said Spain. At least he put it like this. Of course, we must have an army, a large army. But why? I said again. How else can you defend the honor of your country? The navy? The navy? Pooh! The navy isn't a weapon of attack. It's a weapon of defense. But you said defend. Attack, put in the major oracularly, is the best defense. Exactly. I hinted at the possibilities of blockade. The colonel was scornful. Sitting down under an insult for months and months, he called it, until you starved the enemy into surrender. He wanted something much more picturesque, more immediately effective than that. Something presumably more like the Somme. But give me an example, I said, of what you mean by insults and honor. Whereupon he gave me this extraordinary example of the need for a large army. Well, supposing, he said, that 50 English women in Madrid were suddenly murdered, what would you do? I thought for a moment, and then said that I should probably decide not to take my wife to Madrid until things had settled down a bit. I'm supposing that you are Prime Minister, said the Colonel, a little annoyed. What is England going to do? Ah, well, one might do nothing. After all, what is one to do? One can't restore them to life. The Colonel, the Major, even the Adjutant expressed his contempt for such a cowardly policy. So I tried again. Well, I said, I might decide to murder 50 Spanish women in London, just to even things up. The Adjutant laughed, but the Colonel was taking it too seriously for that. Do you mean it? He asked. Well, what would you do, sir? Land an army in Spain, he said promptly, and show them what it meant to treat English women like that. I see. They would resist, of course. No doubt. Yes, but equally without doubt, we should win in the end. Certainly. And so re-establish England's honor? Quite so. I see. Well, sir, I really think my way is the better. To avenge the 50 murdered English women, you're going to kill, say, 100,000 Spaniards who have had no connection with the murders, and 50,000 Englishmen who are even less concerned. Indirectly also, you will cause the death of hundreds of guiltless Spanish women and children, besides destroying the happiness of thousands of English wives and mothers. Surely my way of murdering only 50 innocents is just as effective and much more humane. That's nonsense, said the Colonel shortly. And the other is war. We were silent for a little, and then the Colonel poured himself out a whisky. All the same, he said, as he went back to his seat, you haven't answered my question. What was that, sir? What you would do in the case I mentioned. Seriously. Oh, well, I stick to my first answer. I would do nothing, except, of course, ask for an explanation and an apology, if you can apologize for that sort of thing. And if they were refused? Have no more official relations with Spain. That's all you would do? Yes. And you think that is consistent with the honor of a great nation like England? Perfectly. Oh, well, I don't. An indignant silence followed. May I ask you a question now, sir? I said at last. Well, suppose this time England begins. Suppose we murder all the Spanish women in London first. What are you going to do as Spanish Premier? I don't quite. Are you going to order the Spanish fleet to sail for the mouth of the Thames and hurl itself upon the British fleet? Of course not. She has no fleet. Then do you agree with the Spanish colonel who goes about saying that Spain's honor will never be safe until she has a fleet as big as England's? That's ridiculous. They couldn't possibly. Then what could Spain do in the circumstances? Well, she could protest. And would that be consistent with the honor of a small nation like Spain? In the circumstances, said the colonel unwillingly, yes. So that what it comes to is this: honor only demands that you should attack the other man if you are much bigger than he is. When a man insults my wife, I look him carefully over. If he is a stone heavier than I, then I satisfy my honor by a mild protest. But if he only has one leg and is 3 stones lighter, honor demands that I should jump on him. We are talking of nations, said the colonel gruffly, not of men. It's a question of prestige, which would be increased by a victory over Spain. The major began to get nervous. After all, I was only a subaltern. He tried to cool the atmosphere a little. I don't know why poor old Spain should be dragged into it like this, he said with a laugh. I had a very jolly time in Madrid years ago. Oh, I only gave Spain as an example, said the colonel casually. It might just as well have been Switzerland, I suggested. There was silence for a little. Talking of Switzerland, I said as I knocked out my pipe. Oh, go on, said the colonel with a good-humoured shrug. I brought this on myself. Well, sir, what I was wondering was, what would happen to the honor of England if 50 English women were murdered at Interlaken? The colonel was silent. However large an army we had, I went on, the colonel struck a match. It's a funny thing, honor, I said, and prestige. The colonel pulled at his pipe. Just fancy, I murmured, the Swiss can do what they like to British subjects in Switzerland, and we can't get at them. Yet England's honor does not suffer, the world is no worse a place to live in, and one can spend quite a safe holiday at Interlaken. I remember being there in '94, began the major hastily. End of section 24. The Honor of Your Country. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 25 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 25. A Village Celebration. Although our village is a very small one, we had 15 men serving in the forces before the war was over. Fortunately, as the vicar well said, quote, we were wonderfully blessed in that none of us was called upon to make the great sacrifice. End quote. Indeed, with the exception of Charlie Rudd of the Army Service Corps, who was called upon to be kicked by a horse, the village did not even suffer any casualties. Our rejoicings at the conclusion of peace were wholehearted. Naturally, when we met to discuss the best way in which to give expression to our joy, our first thoughts were with our returned heroes. Miss Travers, who plays the organ with considerable expression on Sundays, suggested that a drinking fountain erected on the village green would be a pleasing memorial of their valor if suitably inscribed. For instance, it might say, quote, in gratitude to our brave defenders who leaped to answer their country's call, end quote, followed by their names. Embury the cobbler, who is always a wet blanket on these occasions, asked if, quote, leaping, end quote, was the exact word for a young fellow who got into khaki in 1918 and then only in answer to his country's police. The meeting was more lively after this, and Mr. Bates of Hill Farm had to be personally assured by the vicar that for his part he quite understood how it was that young Robert Bates had been unable to leave the farm before, and he was sure that our good friend Embury meant nothing personal by his, if he might say so, perhaps somewhat untimely observation. He would suggest himself that some such phrase as, quote, who gallantly answered, end quote, would be more in keeping with Miss Travers's beautiful idea. He would venture to put it to the meeting that the inscription should be amended in this sense. Mr. Clayton, the grocer and draper, interrupted to say that they were getting on too fast. Supposing they agreed upon a drinking fountain, who was going to do it? Was it going to be done in the village, or were they going to get sculptors and architects and such like people from London? And if so, the vicar caught the eye of Miss Travers and signalled to her to proceed. whereupon she explained that, as she had already told the vicar in private, her nephew was studying art in London, and she was sure he would be only too glad to get Augustus James or one of those Academy artists to think of something really beautiful. At this moment, Embury said that he would like to ask two questions. First question: in what order were the names of our gallant defenders to be inscribed? The vicar said that, speaking entirely without preparation and on the spur of the moment, he would imagine that an alphabetical order would be the most satisfactory. There was a general "hear, hear," led by the squire, who thus made his first contribution to the debate. "That's what I thought," said Embury. "Well then, second question: what's coming out of the fountain?" The vicar, a little surprised, said that presumably, my dear Embury, the fountain would give forth water. "Ah," said Embury with great significance, and sat down. Our village is a little slow at getting on to things. Leaping is not the exact word for our movements at any time, either of brain or body. It is not surprising, therefore, that even Bates failed to realize for a moment that his son's name was to have precedence on a water fountain. But when once he realized it, he refused to be pacified by the cobbler's explanation that he had only said "ah." "Let those who had anything to say," he observed, "speak out openly, and then we should know where we were." Embury's answer, that one could generally guess where some people were, and not be far wrong, was drowned in the ecclesiastical applause which greeted the rising of the squire. The squire said that he hadn't intended to say anything, but he thought if he might intervene to say something on the matter of a matter which, well, they all knew what it was, in short, money, because until they knew how they stood, it was obvious that it was obvious, quite obvious, well, it was a question of how they stood. Whereupon he sat down. The vicar said that, as had often happened before, the sound common sense of Sir John had saved them from undue rashness and precipitancy. They were getting on a little too fast. Their valued friend, Miss Travers, had made what he was not ashamed to call a suggestion both rare and beautiful, but alas, in these prosaic modern days the sordid question of pounds, shillings, and pence could not be wholly disregarded. How much money would they have? Everybody looked at Sir John. There was an awkward silence, in which the squire joined. Amid pushings and whisperings from his corner of the room, Charlie Rudd said that he would like to say a few words for the boys, if all were willing. The vicar said that certainly he might, my dear Rudd. So Charlie said that he would just like to say that, with all respect to Miss Travers, who was a real lady, and Minnie was the packet of fags he'd had from her out there, and all the other boys could say the same, and if some of them joined up sooner than others, well, perhaps they did, but they all tried to do their bit, just like those who stayed at home, and they'd thrashed Jerry, and glad of it, fountains or no fountains, and pleased to be back again and see them all just the same as ever, Mr. Bates and Mr. Embury and all of them, which was all he wanted to say, and the other boys would say the same, hoping no offence was meant, and that was all he wanted to say. When the applause had died down, Mr. Clayton said that, in his opinion, as he had said before, they were getting on too fast. Did they want a fountain? That was the question. Who wanted it? The vicar replied that it would be a beautiful memento for their children of the stirring times through which their country had passed. Embury asked if Mr. Bates's child wanted a memento of— "This is a general question, my dear Embury," said the vicar. There rose slowly to his feet the landlord of the Dog and Duck. "Celebrations," he said. "We were celebrating this here peace. Now, as man to man, what did celebrations mean?" He asked any of them, what did it mean? Celebrations meant celebrating, and celebrating meant sitting down hearty-like, sitting down like Englishmen, and celebrating. First find how much money they had got, same as Sir John said. That was right and proper. Then, if so be as they wanted to leave the rest to him, well, he'd be proud to do his best for them. They knew him. Do fair by him, and he'd do fair by them. Soon as he knew how much money they'd got, and how many were going to sit down, then he would get to work. That was all he had got to say about celebrations. The enthusiasm was tremendous, but the vicar looked anxious and whispered to the squire. The squire shrugged his shoulders and murmured something, and the vicar rose. They would be all glad to hear, he said, glad but not surprised, that with his customary generosity the squire had decided to throw open his own beautiful gardens and pleasure grounds to them on Peace Day, and to take upon his own shoulders the burden of entertaining them. He would suggest that they now give Sir John 3 hearty cheers. This was done, and the proceedings closed. End of section 25. A Village Celebration. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 26 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 26. A Train of Thought. On the same day I saw two unsettling announcements in the papers. The first said simply, underneath a suitable photograph, that the skiing season was now in full swing in Switzerland. The second explained elaborately why it cost more to go from London to the Riviera and back than from the Riviera to London and back. Both announcements unsettled me considerably. They would upset anybody for whom the umbrella season in London was just opening, and who was wondering what was the cost of a return ticket to Manchester. At first I amused myself with trying to decide whether I should prefer it to be the Riviera or Switzerland this Christmas. Switzerland won, not because it is more invigorating, but because I had just discovered a woolen helmet and a pair of skiing boots, relics of an earlier visit. I am thus equipped for Switzerland already, whereas for the Riviera I should want several new suits. One of the chief beauties of Switzerland, other than the mountains, is that it is so uncritical of the visitor's wardrobe. So long as he has a black coat for the evenings, it demands nothing more. In the daytime he may fall about in whatever he pleases. Indeed, it is almost an economy to go there now and work off some of one's moth-collecting khaki on it. The socks, which are impossible with our civilian clothes, could renew their youth as the middle pair of three inside a pair of skiing boots. Yet, to whichever I went this year, Switzerland or the Riviera, I think it would be money wasted. I am one of those obvious people who detest an uncomfortable railway journey, and the journey this year will certainly be uncomfortable. But I am something more than this. I am one of those uncommon people who enjoy a comfortable railway journey. I mean that I enjoy it as an entertainment in itself, not only as a relief from the hair shirts of previous journeys. I would much sooner go by wagon lit from Calais to Monte Carlo in 24 hours than by magic carpet in 20 seconds. I am even looking forward to my journey to Manchester, supposing that there is no great rush for the place on my chosen day. The scenery as one approaches Manchester may not be beautiful, but I shall be quite happy in my corner facing the engine. Nowhere can I think so happily as in a train. I am not inspired, nothing so uncomfortable as that. I am never seized with a sudden idea for a masterpiece, nor from a sudden plan for some new enterprise. My thoughts are just pleasantly reflective. I think of all the good deeds I have done, and, when these give out, of all the good deeds I am going to do. I look out of the window and say lazily to myself, quote, "How jolly to live there," end quote, and a little further on, quote, "How jolly not to live there," end quote. I see a cow, and I wonder what it is like to be a cow, and I wonder whether the cow wonders what it is to be like me. And perhaps by this time we have passed on to a sheep, and I wonder if it is more fun being a sheep. My mind wanders on in a way which would annoy Pellman a good deal, but it wanders on quite happily, and the clankety-clank of the train adds a very soothing accompaniment. So soothing, indeed, that at any moment I can close my eyes and pass into a pleasant state of sleep. But this entertainment which my train provides for me is doubly entertaining if it be but the overture of greater delights. If some magic property which the train possesses, whether it be the motion or the clankety-clank, makes me happy even when I am only thinking about a cow, Is it any wonder that I am happy in thinking about the delightful new life to which I am traveling? We are going to the Riviera, but I have had no time as yet in which to meditate properly upon that delightful fact. I have been too busy saving up for it, doing work in advance for it, buying cloth for it. Between London and Dover, I have been worrying, perhaps, about the crossing. Between Dover and Calais, my worries have come to a head. But when I step into the train at Calais, then at last I can give myself up with a whole mind to the contemplation of the happy future. So long as the train does not stop, so long as nobody goes in or out of my carriage, I care not how many hours the journey takes. I have enough happy thoughts to fill them. All this, as I said, is not at all Pellman's idea of success in life. One should be counting cows instead of thinking of them, although presumably a train journey would seem in any case a waste of time to the man who succeeds. But to those of us to whom it is no more a waste of time than any other pleasant form of entertainment, the train service to which we have had to submit lately has been doubly distressing. The bliss of travelling from London to Manchester was torn from us, and we were given purgatory instead. Things are a little better now in England. If one chooses the right day, one can still come sometimes upon the old happiness, but not yet on the Continent. In the happy days before the war, the journey out was almost the best part of Switzerland on the Riviera. I must wait until those days come back again. End of section 26. A Train of Thought. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 27 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 27. Melodrama. The most characteristic thing about a melodrama is that it always begins at 7:30. The idea, no doubt, is that one is more in the mood for this sort of entertainment after a high tea than after a late dinner. Plain living leads to plain thinking, and a solid foundation of eggs and potted meat leaves no room for appreciation of the finer shades of conduct. Right is obviously right, and wrong is wrong. Or it may be also that the management wishes to allow us time for recovery afterwards from the emotions of the evening. The play ends at 10:30 so that we can build up the ravaged tissues again with a hearty supper. But whatever the reason for the early start, the result is the same. We arrive at 7:45 to find that we alone of the whole audience have been left out of the secret as to why Lord Algernon is to be pushed off the pier. For melodrama, unlike the more fashionable comedy, gets to grips at once. It is well understood by every dramatist that a late dining audience needs several minutes of dialogue before it recovers from its bewilderment at finding itself in a theatre at all. Even the expedient of printing the names of the characters on the programme in the order in which they appear, and of letting them address each other frankly by name as soon as they come on the stage, fails to dispel the mists. The stalls still wear that vague, flustered look, as if they had expected a concert or a prize fight, and have just remembered that the concert, of course, is tomorrow. For this reason, a wise dramatist keeps back his story until the brain of the more expensive seats begins to clear, and he is careful not to waste his jokes on the first 5 pages of his dialogue. But melodrama plays to cheap seats, and the purchaser of the cheap seat has come there to have his money's worth. Directly the curtain goes up, and he is ready to collaborate. It is perfectly safe for the villain to come on at once and reveal his dastardly plans. The audience is alert for his confidences. Quote, "Curse that young cub, Dick Vereker! What ill fortune has sent him across my path? Already he has established himself in the affections of Lady Alicia, and if she consents to wed him, my plans are foiled. Fortunately, she does not know as yet that by the will of her late Uncle Gregory, the ironmaster, £2,000,000 are settled upon the man who wins her hand. With £2,000,000 I could pay back my betting losses and prevent myself from being turned out of the Constitutional Club. And now to put the marked ace of spades in young Vereker's coat tail pocket. Ha!" End quote. No doubt the audience is the more ready to assimilate this because it knew it was coming. As soon as the villain steps onto the stage, he is obviously the villain. One does not need to peer at one's program and murmur, "Who is this, dear?" It is known beforehand that the hero will be falsely accused, and that not until the last act will he and his true love come together again. All that we are waiting to be told is whether it is to be a marked card, a forged check, or a bloodstain this time. And if, as is probable, the heroine is forced into a marriage with the villain, whether the villain's first wife, whom he had deserted, will turn up during the ceremony or immediately afterwards. For the whole charm of a melodrama is that it is in essentials just like every other melodrama that has gone before. The author may indulge his own fancies to the extent of calling the villain Jasper or Eustace, of letting the hero be ruined on the battlefield or the stock exchange, but we are keeping an eye on him to see that he plays no tricks with a national drama. It is a play as well as his, and we have laid down the rules for it. Let the author stick to them. It is strange how unconvincing the hero is to his fellows on the stage, and how very convincing to us. That ringing voice, those gleaming eyes, how is it that none of his companions seems able to recognize innocence when it is shining forth so obviously? "I feel that I never want to see your face again," says the heroine, when the diamond necklace is found in his hat box, and we feel that she has never really seen it at all yet. "Good heavens, madam," we long to cry, "have you never been to a melodrama that you can be so deceived? Look again, is it not the face of the falsely accused?" But probably she has not been to a melodrama. She moves in the best society, and the thought of a high tea at 6:30 would appall her. But let me confess that we in the audience are carried away sometimes by that ringing voice, those gleaming eyes. He has us, this hero, in the hollow of his hand, to borrow a phrase from the villain. When the limelight is playing round his brow, and he stands in the center of the stage with clenched fists, oh, then he has us. "What? Betray my aged mother for filthy gold?" he cries, looking at us scornfully as if it was our suggestion. "Never while yet breath remains in my body." What a cheer we give him then! A cheer which seems to imply that having often betrayed our own mothers for half a crown or so, we are able to realize the heroic nature of his abstention on this occasion. For in the presence of the hero we lose a sense of values. If he were to scorn an offer to sell his father for vivisectional purposes, we should applaud enthusiastically his altruism. But it is only the hero who wins our cheers, only the villain who wins our hisses. The minor characters are necessary, but we are not greatly interested in them. The villain must have a confederate to whom he can reveal his wicked thoughts when he is tired of soliloquizing. The hero must have friends who can tell each other all those things which a modest man cannot say for himself. There must be characters of lower birth, competent to relieve the tension by sitting down on their hats or pulling chairs from beneath their acquaintances. We could not do without them, but we do not give them our hearts. Even the heroine leaves us calm. However beautiful she be, she is not more than the hero deserves. It is the hero whom we have come out to see, and it is painful to reflect that in a little while he will be struggling to get on the bus for Walholm Green and be pushed off again just like the rest of us. End of section 27, Melodrama. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 28 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 28, A Lost Masterpiece. The short essay on the improbability of the infinite, which I was planning for you yesterday, will now never be written. Last night my brain was crammed with lofty thoughts on the subject, and for that matter on every other subject. My mind was never so fertile. 10,000 words on any theme from tin tacks to tomatoes would have been easy to me. That was last night. This morning I have only one word in my brain, and I cannot get rid of it. The word is Terrell Bay. Terrell Bay is not a word which one uses much in ordinary life. Rearrange the letters, however, and it becomes such a word. A friend. No, I can call him a friend no longer. A person gave me this collection of letters as I was going to bed and challenged me to make a proper word of it. He added that Lord Melbourne, this he alleged is a well-known historical fact, Lord Melbourne had given this word to Queen Victoria once, and it had kept her awake the whole night. After this, one could not be so disloyal as to solve it at once. For 2 hours or so, therefore, I merely toyed with it. Whenever I seemed to be getting warm, I hurriedly thought of something else. This quixotic loyalty has been the undoing of me. My chances of a solution have slipped by, and I am beginning to fear that they will never return. While this is the case, the only word I can write about is Terrell Bay. Terrell Bay, what does it make? There are two ways of solving a problem of this sort. The first is to waggle your eyes and see what you get. If you do this, words like alterably and laboratory emerge, which a little thought shows you to be wrong. You may then waggle your eyes again, look at it upside down or sideways, or stalk it carefully from the southwest and plunge upon it suddenly when it is not ready for you. In this way, it may be surprised into giving up its secret. But if you find that it cannot be captured by strategy or assault, then there is only one way of taking it. It must be starved into surrender. This will take a long time, but victory is certain. There are 8 letters in Terrell Bay, and 2 of them are the same, so that there must be 181,440 ways of writing the letters out. This may not be obvious to you at once. You may have thought that it was only 181,439, but you may take my word for it that I am right. Wait a moment while I work it out again. Yes, that's it. Well, now suppose that you put down a new order of letters, such as Ray Table, every 6 seconds, which is very easy going, and suppose that you can spare an hour a day for it, then by the 303rd day, a year hence, if you rest on Sundays, you are bound to have reached a solution. But perhaps this is not playing the game. This, I am sure, is not what Queen Victoria did. And now I think of it, history does not tell us what she did do beyond that she passed a sleepless night, and that she still liked Melbourne afterwards, which is surprising. Did she ever guess it? Or did Lord Melbourne have to tell her in the morning, and did she say, "Why, of course, I expect so"? Or did Lord Melbourne say, "I'm awfully sorry, ma'am, but I find I put a Y in too many"? But no, history could not have remained silent over such a tragedy as that. Besides, she went on liking him. When I die, Terrell Bay will be written on my heart. While I live, it shall be my telegraphic address. I shall patent a breakfast food called Terrell Bay. I shall say Terrell Bay when I miss a 2 feet putt. The Terrell Bay carnation will catch your eye at the temple show. I shall write anonymous letters over the name. Fly at once, all is discovered. Terrell Bay. Yes, that would look rather well. I wish I knew more about Lord Melbourne. What sort of words did he think of? The thing couldn't be aeroplane or telephone or googly, because these weren't invented in his time. That gives us 3 words less. Nor probably would it be anything to eat. A prime minister would hardly discuss such subjects with his sovereign. I have no doubt that after hours of immense labor, you will triumphantly suggest rateably. I suggested that myself, but it is wrong. There is no such word in the dictionary. The same objection applies to bat early. It ought to mean something, but it doesn't. So I hand the word over to you. Please do not send the solution to me, for by the time you read this, I shall either have found it out, or else I shall be in a nursing home. In either case, it will be of no use to me. Send it to the Postmaster General, or one of the Geddeses, or Mary Pickford. You will want to get it off your mind. As for myself, I shall write to the person who first said Terrell Bay to me, and ask him to make something of Sabet and Donureb. When he has worked out the corrections, which in case he gets the wrong ones I may tell him here are beast and bounder, I shall search the dictionary for some long word like intellectual. I shall alter the order of the letters and throw in a couple of G's and a K, and then I shall tell them to keep a spare bed for him in my nursing home. Well, I've got Terrell Bay a little off my mind. I feel better able now to think of other things. Indeed, I might almost begin my famous essay on the improbability of the infinite. It would be a pity for the country to lose such a masterpiece. She has had quite enough trouble already, what with one thing and another. For my view of the infinite is this, that although beyond the finite, or as one might say, the commensurate, there may or may not be a— just a moment. I think I have it now. T-R-A— no. End of section 28. A Lost Masterpiece. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 29 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 29. A Hint for Next Christmas. There has been some talk lately of the standardization of golf balls, but a more urgent reform is the standardization of Christmas presents. It is no good putting this matter off. Let us take it in hand now, so that we shall be in time for next Christmas. My crusade is on behalf of those who spend their Christmas away from home. Last year I returned, with great difficulty, from such an adventure, and I am more convinced than ever that Christmas presents should conform to a certain standard of size. My own little offerings were thoughtfully chosen. A matchbox, a lace handkerchief or two, a cigarette holder, a pencil and notebook, gems from Wilcox, and so on. Such gifts not only bring pleasure, let us hope, to the recipient, but take up a negligible amount of room in one's bag, and add hardly anything to the weight of it. Of course, if your fellow visitor says to you, "How sweet of you to give me such a darling little handkerchief. It's just what I wanted. However did you think of it?" You do not reply, "Well, it was a choice between that and a hundredweight of coal, and I'll give you two guesses why I chose the handkerchief." No, you smile modestly and say, "As soon as I saw it, I felt somehow that it was yours," after which you are almost in a position to ask your host casually where he keeps the mistletoe. But it is almost a certainty that the presents you receive will not have been chosen with such care. Probably the young son of the house has been going in for carpentry lately, and in return for your tie-pin he gives you a wardrobe of his own manufacture. You thank him heartily, you praise its figure, but all the time you are wishing that it had chosen some other occasion. Your host gives you a statuette or a large engraving. Somebody else turns up with a large brass candlestick. It is all very gratifying, but you have got to get back to London somehow, and, thankful though you are not to have received the boarhound or the parrot in cage, which seemed at one time to be threatening, you cannot help wishing that the limits of size for a Christmas present had been decreed by some authority who was familiar with the look of your dressing case. Obviously, too, there should be a standard value for a certain type of Christmas present. One may give what one will to one's own family or particular friends. That's all right. But in a Christmas house party there is a pleasant interchange of parcels, of which the string and the brown paper and the kindly thought are the really important ingredients, and the gift inside is nothing more than an excuse for these things. It is embarrassing for you if Jones has apologized for his brown paper with 100 cigars, and you have only excused yourself with 25 cigarettes. Perhaps still more embarrassing if it is you who have lost so heavily on the exchange. An understanding that the contents were to be worth 5 shillings exactly would avoid this embarrassment. And now I am reminded of the ingenuity of a friend of mine, William by name, who arrived at a large country house for Christmas without any present in his bag. He had expected neither to give nor to receive anything, but to his horror he discovered on the 24th that everybody was preparing a Christmas present for him, and that it was taken for granted that he would require a little privacy and brown paper on Christmas Eve for the purpose of addressing his own offerings to others. He had wild thoughts of telegraphing to London for something to be sent down, and spoke to other members of the house party in order to discover what sort of presents would be suitable. "What are you giving our host P?" he asked one of them. "Mary and I are giving him a book," said John, referring to his wife. William then approached the youngest son of the house and discovered that he and his next brother Dick were sharing in this, that, and the other. When he had heard this, William retired to his room and thought profoundly. He was the first down to breakfast on Christmas morning. All the places at the table were piled high with presents. He looked at John's place. The top parcel said, "To John and Mary from Charles." William took out his fountain pen and added a couple of words to the inscription. It then read, "To John and Mary from Charles and William," and in William's opinion looked just as effective as before. He moved on to the next place. "To Angela from Father," said the top parcel. "And William," wrote William. At his hostess's place he hesitated for a moment. The first present there was for "Darling Mother from her loving children." It did not seem that an "and William" was quite suitable. But his hostess was not to be deprived of William's kindly thought. 20 seconds later the handkerchiefs "From John and Mary and William" expressed all the nice things which he was feeling for her. He passed on to the next place. It is, of course, impossible to thank every donor of a joint gift. One simply thanks the first person whose eye one happens to catch. Sometimes William's eye was caught, sometimes not, but he was spared all embarrassment, and I can recommend his solution of the problem with perfect confidence to those who may be in a similar predicament next Christmas. There is a minor sort of Christmas present about which also a few words must be said. I refer to the Christmas card. The Christmas card habit is a very pleasant one, but it too needs to be disciplined. I doubt if many people understand its proper function. This is partly the result of our bringing up. As children, we were allowed, quite rightly, to run wild in the Christmas card shop with one of two results. Either we still run wild, or else the reaction has set in and we avoid the Christmas card shop altogether. We convey our printed wishes for a happy Christmas to everybody or to nobody. This is a mistake. In our middle age, we should discriminate. The child does not need to discriminate. It has 2 shillings in the hand and about 24 relations. Even in my time, 2 shillings did not go far among 24 people, but though presents were out of the question, one could get 24 really beautiful Christmas cards for the money, and if some of them were halfpenny ones, then one could afford real snow on a threepenny one for the most important uncle, meaning by most important, perhaps, but I have forgotten now, the one most likely to be generous in return. Of the fun of choosing those 24 cards I need not now speak, nor of the best method of seeing to it that somebody else paid for the necessary 24 stamps. But certainly one took more trouble in suiting the tastes of those who were to receive the cards than the richest and most leisured grown-up would take in selecting a diamond necklace for his wife's stocking or motor cars for his sons-in-law. It was not only a question of snow, but also of the words in which the old, old wish was expressed. If the aunt who was known to be fond of poetry did not get something suitable from Eliza Cook, one might regard her Christmas as ruined. How could one grudge the trouble necessary to make her Christmas really happy for her? One might even explore the fourpenny box. But in the middle age, by which I mean anything over 20 and under 90, one knows too many people. One cannot give them a Christmas card each. There is not enough powdered glass to go around. One has to discriminate, and the way in which most of us discriminate is either to send no cards to anybody or else to send them to the first 20 or 50 or 100 of our friends, according to our income and energy, whose names come into our minds. Such cards are meaningless, but if we sent our Christmas cards to the right people, we could make the simple words upon them mean something very much more than a mere wish that the recipient's Christmas shall be merry, which it will be anyhow if he likes merriness, and his New Year bright, which, let us hope, it will not be. A Merry Christmas, with an old church in the background, and a robin in the foreground, surrounded by a wreath of holly leaves. It might mean so much. What I feel that it ought to mean is something like this. Quote, "You live at Potter's Bar, and I live at Petersham. Of course, if we did happen to meet at the Marble Arch one day, it would be awfully jolly, and we could go and have lunch together somewhere and talk about old times. But our lives have drifted apart since those old days. It is partly the fault of the train service, no doubt. Glad as I should be to see you, I don't like to ask you to come all the way to Petersham to dinner, and if you asked me to Potter's Bar, well, I should come, but it would be something of a struggle, and I thank you for not asking me. Besides, we have made different friends now, and our tastes are different. After we had talked about the old days, I doubt if we should have much to say to each other. Each of us would think the other a bit of a bore, and our wives would wonder why we had ever been friends at Liverpool. But I don't think I've forgotten you. I just sent this card to let you know that I'm still alive, still at the same address, and that I still remember you. No need, if we ever do meet, or if we ever want each other's help, to begin by saying, "I suppose you have quite forgotten those old days at Liverpool." We have neither of us forgotten, and so let us send to each other once a year a sign that we have not forgotten, and that once upon a time we were friends. A Merry Christmas to you. End quote. That is what a Christmas card should say. It is absurd to say this to a man or woman whom one is perpetually ringing up on the telephone, to somebody whom one met last week or with whom one is dining the week after, to a man whom one may run across at the club on almost any day, or a woman whom one knows to shop daily at the same stores as oneself. It is absurd to say it to a correspondent to whom one often writes. Let us reserve our cards for the old friends who have dropped out of our lives, and let them reserve their cards for us. But of course we must have kept their addresses. Otherwise we have to print our cards publicly, as I am doing now. Old friends will please accept this, the only intimation. End of section 29. A hint for next Christmas. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 30 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 30. The Future. The recent decision that if a fortune teller honestly believes what she is saying, she is not defrauding her client, may be good law, but it does not sound like good sense. To a layman like myself, it would seem more sensible to say that if the client honestly believes what the fortune teller is saying, then the client is not being defrauded. For instance, a fortune teller may inform you, having pocketed your 2 guineas, that a rich uncle in Australia is going to leave you £1,000,000 next year. She doesn't promise you the £1,000,000 herself. Obviously, that is coming to you anyhow, fortune teller or no fortune teller. There is no suggestion on her part that she is arranging your future for you. All that she promises to do for her 2 guineas is to give you a little advance information. She tells you that you are coming into £1,000,000 next year, and if you believe it, I should say that it was well worth the money. You have a year's happiness, if that sort of thing makes you happy, a year in which to tell yourself in every trouble, never mind, there is a good time coming, a year in which to make glorious plans for the future, to build castles in the air, or, if your taste is not for castles, country cottages and Mayfair flats. And all this for 2 guineas? It's amazingly cheap. And now consider what happens when the year is over. The fortune teller has done her part. She has given you a year's happiness for 2 guineas. It is now your uncle's turn to step forward. He is going to give you 20 years' happiness by leaving you £1,000,000. Probably he doesn't. He hasn't got £1,000,000 to leave. He has, in fact, just written to you to ask you to lend him a fiver. Well, surely it is the uncle who has let you down, not the fortune teller. Curse him by all means, cut him out of your will, but don't blame the fortune teller who fulfilled her part of the contract. The only reason why you went to her was to get your happiness in advance. Well, you got it in advance, and seeing that it was the only happiness you got, her claim on your gratitude shines out the more clearly. You might decently send her another guinea. This is the case if you honestly believe your fortune teller. Now let us suppose that you don't believe. It seems to me that in this case you are entitled to the return of your money. Of course, I am not supposing that you are a complete skeptic about these things. It is plainly impossible for a fortune teller to defraud a skeptic otherwise than by telling him the truth. For if a skeptic went to consult the crystal and was told that he would marry again before the month was out, when in fact he was a bachelor, then he has not been defrauded, for he is now in a position to tell all his friends that fortune-telling is absolute nonsense, on evidence for which he deliberately paid 2 guineas. Indeed, it is just on this ground that police prosecutions seem to me to fail. For a policeman, suitably disguised, pays his money simply for the purpose of getting evidence against the crystal gazer. Having got his evidence, it is ridiculous of him to pretend that he has been cheated. But if he wasted 2 guineas of the public money, and was told nothing but the truth about himself and his family, then he could indeed complain that the money had been taken from him under false pretenses. However, to get back to your own case, you, we assume, are not a skeptic. You believe that certain inspired people can tell your future, and that the fee which they ask for doing this is a reasonable one. But on this particular occasion, the spirits are not working properly, and all that emerges is that your uncle in Australia. But with the best will in the world, you cannot believe this. The spirits must have got mixed. They are slightly under proof this morning. You have no uncle. The fortune teller gives you her word of honor that she firmly believes you to have at least 3 uncles in Australia, one of whom will shortly leave you a mill. It's no good. You cannot believe it. And it seems to me that on the morning's transaction you have certainly been defrauded. You must insist on, quote, a tall dark man from India, end quote, at the next sitting. It is, quote, the tall dark man, end quote, which the amateur crystal gazer really wants. He doesn't want the future. There is so little to foretell in most of our lives. Nobody is going to pay 2 guineas to be told that he will be off his drive next Saturday and have a stomachache on the following Monday. He wants something a little more romantic than that. Even if he is never going to be influenced by a tall, dark man from India, it makes life a little more interesting to be told that he is going to be. For the average man finds life very uninteresting as it is, and I think that the reason why he finds it uninteresting is that he is always waiting for something to happen to him instead of setting to work to make things happen. For one person who dreams of earning £50,000, 100 people dream of being left £50,000. I imagine that if a young man went to a crystal gazer and was told that he would work desperately hard for the next 20 years and would by that time have earned and saved a fortune, he would be very disappointed. Probably he would ask for his money back. End of section 30. The Future. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 31 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 31. The Largest Circulation. There died recently a gentleman named Nat Gould, 20 million copies of whose books had been sold. They were hardly ever reviewed in the literary papers. Advertisements of them rarely appeared. No puffs nor photographs of the author were thrust upon one. Unostentatiously he wrote them, 5 in a year, and his million public was assured to him. It is perhaps too late now to begin to read them, but we cannot help wondering whence came this enormous popularity. Mr. Gould, as all the world knows, wrote racing novels. They were called Won by a Neck, or Lost by a Head, or Odds On, or The Stable Lad's Dilemma. Every third man in the army carried one about with him. I was unlucky in this matter, for all my men belonged to the other 2/3. They read detective stories about a certain Sexton Blake, who kept bursting into rooms and finding finger marks. In your innocence you may think that Sherlock Holmes is a supreme British detective, but he is a child to Blake. If I learned nothing else in the army, I learned that. Possibly these detective stories were a sideline of Mr. Gould's, or possibly my regiment was the one anti-Gould regiment in the army. At any rate, I was demobilized without any acquaintance with the one-by-a-neck stories. There must be something about the followers of racing which makes them different from the followers of any other sport. I suppose that I am at least as keen on the lunch scores as any other man can be on the 2:30 winner. Yet I have no desire whatever to read a succession of stories entitled "How's That, Umpire?" or run out, or lost by a wicket. I can waste my time and money with as much pleasure on the golf course as Mr. Gould's readers can on the race course, but those great works, stymied and the foozle on the fifth tee, leave me cold. My lack of interest in racing explains my lack of interest in racing novels, but why is there no 20 million public for Offside and Fouled on the Touchline? It is a mystery. Though I've never read a racing novel, I can imagine it quite easily. Lord Newmarket's old home is mortgaged, mortgaged everywhere. His house is mortgaged, his park is mortgaged, his stud is mortgaged, his tie-pin is mortgaged. Yet he wants to marry Lady Angela. How can he restore his old home to its earlier glories? There is only one chance. He must put his shirt, the only thing that isn't mortgaged, on Fido for the Portland vase. Fido is a rank outsider. Most of the bookmakers thought that he was a fox terrier, not a horse, and he is starting at 1,000 to 1. When the starting gate goes up, Fido will carry not only Lord Newmarket's shirt, but Lady Angela's happiness. Was there ever such a race before in the history of racing? Only in the 5,000 other racing novels. But Lord Newmarket is reckoning without Rupert Blacknose. Blacknose is not only sworn to wed Lady Angela, but it is he who holds the mortgages on Lord Newmarket's old home. It is at Newmarket Villa that he means to settle down when he is married. If Fido wins, his dreams are shattered. At dead of night he climbs into Fido's stable and paints him white with a few black splotches. Surely now he will be disqualified as a fox terrier. He climbs out again, laughing sardonically to himself. The day of the great race dawns. The Portland vase. Who has not heard of it? In the faraway Malay archipelago, in the remotest parts of the Australian bush, in West Kensington, etc., etc. Anyway, the downs were black with people, and the stands were black with more people, and the paddock was packed with black people. But of all these people, none concealed beneath a mask of impassivity a heart more anxious than Lord Newmarket's. He wandered restlessly into the weighing room. He weighed himself. He had gone down a pound. He wandered out again. The downs were still black with humanity. Then came a hoarse cry from 20,000 throats. "They are off!" Yes, well, Mr. Gould's novels are probably better than that, but it is a terrifying thought that he wrote 130 of them. 130 times he described that hoarse cry from 20,000 throats. "They are off!" 130 times he described the downs black with humanity, and the grandstand, and the race itself, and what the bookmakers were saying, and the scene in the paddock. How did he do it? Had he a special rubber stamp for all these usual features, which saved him the trouble of writing them every time? Or did he come quite fresh to it with each book? He wrote 5 of them every year. Did he forget in March what he said in January, only to forget again in June and visualize the scene afresh? To describe a racecourse 130 times, what a man! Yet, perhaps after all, it is not difficult to understand why he was so popular, why he had a following even greater than had Mr. Garvice. Mr. Garvice wrote love stories, stories of that sweet and fair young English girl and that charming, handsome, athletic young Englishman. Everyone who is not yet in love, or who is unhappily married, dreams of meeting one or the other, and to read such stories transports the loveless for a moment into the land where they would be. But then there are many more moneyless people in the world than loveless, many more people who want money than who want love. It is these people who are transported by Mr. Nat Gould. He does not, I imagine, write of the stern-chinned, silent millionaire who has forced his way to the top by solid grit. We have no hopes of getting rich that way. But he does, I imagine, write of the lucky fellow who puts his shirt both ways on an outsider and pulls off a cool 1,000. Well, that might happen to any of us. It never has, yet. But 5 times a year Mr. Gould carried us away from the world where it never has, into that beautiful dream world where it happens quite naturally. No wonder he was popular. End of section 31, the largest circulation. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 32 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 32, The Watson Touch. There used to be a song which affirmed, how truly I do not know, that every nice girl loved a sailor. I am prepared to state, though I do not propose to make a song about it, that every nice man loves a detective story. This week I have been reading the last adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I mean really the last adventures, ending with his triumph over the German spy in 1914. Having saved the Empire, Holmes returned to his farm on the Sussex Downs, and there, for all I mind, he may stay. I have no great affection for the 20th century Holmes, but I will give the warmest welcome to as many adventures of the Baker Street Holmes as Watson likes to reconstruct for us. There is no reason why the supply of these should ever give out. It was, I remember, at the close of a winter's day in 1894, when Watson begins like this, then I am prepared to listen. Fortunately, all the stories in this last book, with the exception of the very indifferent spy story, are of the Baker Street days, the days when Watson said, "Holmes, this is marvelous." Reading them now, with, I suppose, a more critical mind than I exhibited 20 years ago, I see that Holmes was not only a great detective, but a very lucky one. There is an occasion when he suddenly asks the doctor why he had a Turkish bath. Utterly unnerved, Watson asks how he knew, to which the great detective says, "That is as obvious as is the fact that the doctor had shared a hansom with a friend that morning." But when Holmes explains further, we see how lucky he is. Watson, he says, has some mud on his left trouser, therefore he sat on the left side of a hansom. Therefore he shared it with a friend, for otherwise he would have sat in the middle. Watson's boots, he continues, had obviously been tied by a stranger, therefore he has had them off in a Turkish bath or a boot shop, and since the newness of the boots makes it unlikely that he has been buying another pair, therefore he must have been to a Turkish bath. "Holmes," says Watson, "this is marvelous." Marvelously lucky, anyway, for, however new his boots, poor old Watson might have been buying a pair of pumps, or bedroom slippers, or tennis shoes that morning, or even, if the practice allowed such extravagance, a second pair of boots. And there was, of course, no reason whatever why he should not have sat at the side of his hansom, even if alone. It is much more comfortable, and is in fact what one always did in the hansom days, and still does in a taxi. So, if Holmes was right on this occasion, he was right by luck and not by deduction. But that must be the best of writing a detective story, that you can always make the lucky shots come off. In no other form of fiction, I imagine, does the author feel so certainly that he is the captain of the ship. If he wants it so, he has it so. Is the solution going to be too easy? Then he puts in an unexpected footprint in the geranium bed, or a strange face at the window, and makes it more difficult. Is the reader being kept too much in the dark? Then a conversation overheard in the library will make it easier for him. The author's only trouble is that he can never be certain whether his plot is too obscure or too obvious. He knows himself that the governess is guilty, and in consequence she can hardly raise her eyebrows without seeming to him to give the whole thing away. There was a time when I began to write a detective story for myself. My murder, I thought, was rather cleverly carried out. The villain sent a letter to his victim, enclosing a stamped, addressed envelope for an answer. The gum of the envelope was poisoned. I did not know, nor did I bother to find out whether it was possible, but this, as I said just now, is the beauty of writing a detective story. If there is no such quick-working poison, then you invent one. If, up to the moment when the doubt occurs to you, your villain had been living in Brixton, you immediately send him to Central Africa, where he extracts a poison from a "deadly root," according to the prescription of the chief medicine man. It is the poison into which the Swabiji dip their arrows, you tell the reader casually, as if he really ought to have known it for himself. Well, then I invented my poison, and my villain put it on the gum of a self-addressed envelope, and enclosed it with a letter asking for his victim's autograph. He then posted the letter, whereupon a very tragic thing happened. What happened was that, having left the letter in the post for some years, while I formed foes and saluted, I picked up a magazine in the mess one day and began to read a detective story. It was a very baffling one, and I really didn't see how the murderer could possibly have committed his foul deed. But the detective was onto it at once. He searched the waste paper basket, and picking an envelope therefrom, said, "Ha!" It was just about then that I said "Ha!" too, and also other things, for my half-finished story was now useless. Somebody else had thought of the same idea, but though I was very sorry for this, I could not help feeling proud that my idea made such a good story. Indeed, since then I have fancied myself rather as a detective story writer. And if only I could think of something which nobody else would think of while I was thinking of it, I would try again. End of section 32, The Watson Touch. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 33 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 33. Some Old Companions. In the days of the last war but 37, when, as you will remember, the peers were fighting the people, Lord Curzon defended the hereditary system by telling us that it worked very well in India, where a tailor's son invariably became a tailor. The obvious answer, if anyone bothered to give it, was that the tailor's son, having had his career mapped out for him at birth, presumably prepared to be a tailor, whereas a peer's eldest son, as far as one observed, did not prepare to be a statesman. Indeed, the only profession in this country to which one is apprenticed in one's childhood is that of royalty. The future king can begin to learn the tactful smile, the memory for faces, the knowledge of foreign languages and orders, almost as soon as he begins to learn anything. He alone need not regret his youth and say, "If only I had been taught this, that, and the other instead." These gloomy reflections have been forced on me by the rediscovery of all those educational books which I absorbed, or was supposed to have absorbed, at school and college. They made an imposing collection when I had got them all together, 50 mathematical works by eminent den, from a well-thumbed, dog-eared Euclid to a clean, uncut copy of Functions of a Quaternion. It is doubtful if you even know what a quaternion is, still less how it functions. Probably you think of it as a small four-legged animal with a hard shell. You may be right, it is so long since I bought the book. But once I knew all about quaternions, kept them possibly at the bottom of the garden, and now I ask myself in Latin, for I learned Latin too, cui bono? How much better if I had learned this, that, and the other instead? History, for instance. How useful a knowledge of history would be to me now? To lighten an article like this with a reference to what Garibaldi said to Cavour in '53? To round off a sentence with the casual remark, "as was the custom in Alexander's day"? To trace back a religious tendency or a fair complexion or the price of boots to some barbarian invasion of 1,000 years ago? How delightfully easy it would be, I tell myself, to write with such knowledge at one's disposal. One would never be at a loss for a subject, and plots for stories, plays, and historical novels would be piled up in one's brain for the choosing. But what can one do with mathematics, save count the words of an article, when written, with rather more quickness and accuracy than one's fellow writer? Did I spend 10 years at mathematics for this? The waste of it! But perhaps those years were not so wasted as they seem to have been. Not only Functions of a Quaternion, but other of these books, chatty books about hydromechanics and dynamics of a particle. No, not an article. That might have been helpful. A particle. Gossipy books about optics and differential equations. Many of these have a comforting air of cleanness, as if, having bought them at the instigation of my instructor, I had felt that this was enough, and that their mere presence in my bookcase was a sufficient talisman. A talisman the more effective because my instructor had marked some of the chapters R, meaning no doubt read carefully, and other chapters RR, or read twice as carefully. for these seem to be the only marks in some of the books, and there are no traces of midnight oil nor of the earnest thumb which one might expect from the perspiring seeker after knowledge. So I feel, indeed I seem to remember, that the years were not so wasted after all. When I should have been looking after my quaternions, I was doing something else, something not so useful to one who would be a mathematician, but perhaps more useful to a writer who had already learned enough to count the words in an article and to estimate the number of guineas due to him. But whether this be so or not, at least I have another reason for gratitude that I treated some of these volumes so reverently. For I have now sold them all to a second-hand bookseller, and he at least was influenced by the clean look of those which I had placed upon the top. So they stand now, my books, in a shelf outside the shop, waiting for a new master. 15 shillings I paid for some of them, and you or anybody else can get them for 3 and 6 pence, with my autograph inside and the R and RR of some of our most learned mathematicians. I should like to hear from the purchaser, and to know that he is giving my books as kind a home as I gave them, treating them as reverently, exercising them as gently. He can never be a mathematician or anything else unless he has them on his shelves, but let him not force his attentions upon them. Left to themselves, they will exert their own influence. I shall wonder sometimes what he is going to be, this young fellow who is now reading the books on which I was brought up. Spurred on by the differential equations, will he decide to be a lawyer, or will the dynamics of a particle help him to realize his ambition of painting? Well, whatever he becomes, I wish him luck, and when he sells the books again, may he get a better price than I did. End of section 33. Some Old Companions. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 34 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 34. A Haunted House. We've been trying to hide it from each other, but the truth must now come out. Our house is haunted. Well, of course, anybody's house might be haunted. Anybody might have a headless ghost walking about the battlements or the bathroom at midnight, and if it were no more than that, I should not trouble you with the details. But our house is haunted in a peculiar way. No house that I have heard of has ever been affected in quite this way before. I must begin by explaining that it is a new house, built just before the war. Before the war, not after. This is a true story. Its first and only tenant was a Mrs. Watson, who lived here with her daughter. Add her 3 servants, and you have filled the house. No doubt she could have stored away people in the cellar, but I have never heard that she did. She preferred to keep it for such coal and wood as came her way. When Mrs. Watson decided 6 months ago to retire to the country, we took the house and have lived here since, and very comfortably, except for this haunting business. As was to be expected, we were busy for the first few weeks in sending on Mrs. Watson's letters. Gradually, as the news of her removal got around to her less intimate friends, the flow of them grew less, and at last, to our great relief, for we were always mislaying her address, it ceased altogether. It was not until then that we felt ourselves to be really in possession of our house. We were not in possession for long. A month later, a letter arrived for Lady Elizabeth Mullins. Supposing this to be a nom de guerre of Mrs. Watson's, we searched for, and with great difficulty, found the missing address and sent the letter on. Next day, there were 2 more letters for Lady Elizabeth. By the end of the week, there were half a dozen, and for the rest of that month, they came trickling in at the rate of 1 a day. Mrs. Watson's address was now definitely lost, so we tied Lady Elizabeth's letters up in a packet and sent them to the ground landlord's solicitors. Solicitors like letters. It was annoying at this time, when one was expecting perhaps a very important cheque or communication from the Prime Minister, to go downstairs eagerly at the postman's knock and find a couple of letters for Lady Elizabeth and a belated copy of the Church Times for Mrs. Watson. It was still more annoying that just when we were getting rid of Lady Elizabeth, Mr. J. Garcia should have arrived to take her place. Mr. Garcia seems to be a Spaniard. At any rate, most of his letters came from Spain. This makes it difficult to know what to do with them. There was something clever in Spanish on the back of the last one, which may be the address to which we ought to return it, but on the other hand may be just the Spanish for always faithful, or perseverance, or down with the bourgeoisie. He seems to be a busier person than Lady Elizabeth. 10 people wrote to him the other week, whereas there were never more than 7 letters in a week for her ladyship. Until lately, I've always been annoyed by the fact that there is no Sunday post in London. To come down to breakfast knowing that on this morning anyhow there is no chance of an OBE takes the edge off one's appetite. But lately I've been glad of the weekly respite. For one day in 7 I can do without the excitement of wondering whether there will be 3 letters for Mr. Garcia this morning, or 2 for Lady Elizabeth, or 3 for Lady Elizabeth, or 1 for Mrs. Watson Watson. I will gladly let my own correspondence go in order to be saved from theirs. But on Sunday last, about tea time, there came a knock at the front door and the unmistakable scuttle of a letter being pushed through the slit and dropping into the hall. My senses are now so acute in this matter that I can almost distinguish the scuffle of a genuine Garcia from that of a Mullins or even a Watson Watson. There was a novelty about this arrival which was interesting. I went into the hall and saw a letter on the floor, unstamped and evidently delivered by hand. It was inscribed to Sir John Poling. Will somebody offer an explanation? I have given you our story, leaving out as accidental and not of sufficient historic interest the postcard to the Countess of Westbury and the obvious income tax form to Colonel Todgers, C.B. And I feel that it is up to you or the Psychical Research Society or somebody to tell us what it all means. My own explanation is this. I think that our house is haunted by ghosts, and by the ghosts of living persons only, and that these ghosts are visible to outsiders, but invisible to the inmates. Thus, Mr. Lopez, while passing down our street, suddenly sees J. Garcia looking at him from our drawing-room window. "Caramba," he says, "I thought he was in Barcelona." He makes a note of the address, and when he gets back to Spain, writes long letters to Garcia, begging him to come back to his Barcelonian wife and family. At another time, somebody else sees Sir John Poling letting himself in at the front door with a latchkey. "So that's where he lives now," she says to herself, and spreads the news among their mutual friends. Of course, this is very annoying for us, and one cannot help wishing that these ghosts would confine themselves to one of the back bedrooms. Failing this, they might leave some kind of address in indelible letters on the bath mat. Another explanation is that her address has become in some way a sort of typical address, just as Thomas Atkins became the typical soldier for the purpose of filling up forms, and John Doe the typical litigant. When a busy woman puts her address on an envelope beneath the name of Lady Elizabeth Mullins, all she means is that Lady Elizabeth lives somewhere, and that the secretary had better look up the proper address and write it in before posting the letter. Every now and then the secretary forgets to do this, and the letter comes here. This may be a compliment to the desirability of our house, but it is a compliment of which we are getting tired. I must ask that it should now cease. End of section 34, A Haunted House. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 35 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 35. Round the World and Back. A friend of mine is just going off for his holiday. He's having a longer holiday than usual this time. Instead of his customary 3 weeks, he is having a year, and he is going to see the world. He begins with India. Probably some of our territorials will wonder why he wants to see India particularly. They would gladly give him all of it. However, he is determined to go, and I cannot do less than wish him luck and a safe return. There are several places to which I should be glad to accompany him, but India is not one of them. Kipling ruined India for me, as I suspect he did for many other of his readers. I picture India is full of intriguing, snobbish Anglo-Indians who are always damning the home government for ruining the country. It is an odd thing that although I have lived between 30 and 40 years in England, nobody believes that I know how to govern England, and yet the stupidest Anglo-Indian who claims to know all about the proper government of India because he has lived there 10 or 20 years is believed by quite a number of people to be speaking with authority. No doubt my friend will have the decisive word in future in all his arguments on Indian questions with less travelled acquaintances, but he shall not get round me. From India he goes to China, and thither I would follow him with greater willingness, albeit more tremulously. I can never get it out of my head that the Chinese habitually torture the inquiring visitor. Probably I read the wrong sort of books when I was young. One of them, I remember, had illustrations. No doubt they were illustrations of medieval implements. No doubt I am as foolish as a Chinaman would be who had read about the Tower of London and feared to disembark at Folkestone. But it is hard to dispel these early impressions. Yes, yes, I should say rather hastily, as they pointed out the Great Wall to me, and I should lead the way unostentatiously but quite definitely towards Japan. Before deciding how long to stay in Japan, one would have to ask oneself what one wants from a strange country. I think that the answer in my case is scenery. The customs of Japan or Tibet or Utah are interesting, no doubt, but one can be equally interested in a description of them. The people of these countries are interesting, but then I have by no means exhausted my interest in the people of England, and 5 minutes of 5 months among an entirely new set of people is not going to help me very much. But a 5-second view of, say, the Victoria Falls is worth acres of canvas or film on the subject, and as many gallons of ink as you please. So I shall go to Japan for what I can see, and, since it is so well worth seeing, remain there as long as I can. I'm not sure where we go next. New Zealand, if the holiday were mine, for I've always believed New Zealand to be the most beautiful country in the world. Also, it is from all accounts a nice, clean country. If I were to arrange a world tour for myself, instead of following some other traveller about in imagination, my course would be settled, not in the first place by questions of climate or scenery or the larger inhabitants, but by consideration of those smaller natives, the tarantula, the scorpion, and the centipede. If I were told that in such and such a country one often found a lion in one's bath, I might be prepared to risk it. I should feel that there was always a chance that the lion might not object to me. But if I heard that one might find a tarantula in one's hotel, then that country would be barred to me forever. For I should be dead long before the beast had got to close quarters, dead of disgust. This is why South America, which always looks so delightful on the map, will never see me. I have had to give up most of Africa, India, though, as I have said, this is a country which I can spare, the West Indies, and many other places whose names I have forgotten. In a world limited to inhabitants with not more than 4 legs, I could travel with much greater freedom. At present, the two great difficulties in my way are this insect trouble and, much less serious, but still more important, the language trouble. You can understand then how it is that, since also it is a beautiful country, I look so kindly on New Zealand. But I doubt if I could be happy even in a dozen New Zealands, each one more beautiful than the last, seeing that it would mean being away from London for a year. The number of things which might happen in the year while one was away, the new plays produced, the literary and political reputations made and lost, a complete cricket championship fought out. In one's over-anxious mind, there would never be such a year as a year which one was missing. My friend may retain his calm as he hears of our distant doings in Kipling-ized India, but it would never do for me. Even today, after a fortnight in the country, I am beginning to get restless. Really, I think I ought to get back tomorrow. End of section 35. Round the World and Back. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 36 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 36. The State of the Theatre. We are told that the theatre is in a bad way, that the English drama is dead, but I suspect that every generation in its turn has been told the same thing. I have been reading some old numbers of the theatrical magazine of 100 years ago. These were the palmy days of the stage, when blank verse flourished, and every serious play had to begin like this. Scene: a place without. Rinaldo discovered dying. Enter Marco. Marco: what ho, Rinaldo! Lo, the horned moon dims the cold radiance of the westering stars, pale sentinels of the approaching dawn. How now, Rinaldo? Rinaldo: Marco, I am dying, struck down by Tommasino's treacherous hand. Marco: what? Tommasino? Rinaldo: Tommasino. The flaming chariot of Phoebus mounts the vaults of heaven. Rinaldo will be dead. Marco: oh, horror piled on horror! Lo, the moon! And so on. The result was called, and I think rightly, a tragedy. The alternative to these tragedies was a farce in which everybody went to an inn and was mistaken for somebody else, causing great fun and amusement, the heat and burden of the evening resting upon a humorous manservant called Cricket, or something good like that. And whether the superior people of the day said that English drama was dead, I do not know. But they may be excused for having thought that, if it wasn't dead, it ought to have been. Fortunately, we are doing better than that today, but we are not doing as well as we should be, and the reason generally given is that we have not enough theatres. No doubt we have many more theatres than we had 100 years ago, even if you only count those which confine themselves to plays without music, but the mass effect of all these music hall theatres is to make many people think and say that English drama is once more dead. It is customary to blame the manager for this, the new type of manager, the Mr. Albert de Lauributt, who has been evolved by the war. He existed before the war, of course, but he limited his activities to the music hall. Now he spreads himself over half a dozen theatres and produces a revue or a musical comedy at each. He does not care for art, but only for money. He would be just as proud of a successful production of Kiss Me, Katie, as of Hamlet, and to do him justice, as proud of a successful production of Hamlet as of Kiss Me, Katie. But by successful he means financially successful, no more and no less. He is frankly out for the stuff, and he thinks that it is musical comedy which brings in the stuff. It seems absurd to single him out for blame when there are so many thousands of other people in the world who are out for the stuff. Why should Mr. Albert de Lauributt lose £2,000 over your or my serious play when he can make 10,000 over Hug Me, Harriet? We do not blame other rich men for being as little quixotic with their money. We do not expect a financier to back a young inventor because he is a genius, in preference to backing some other inventor because he has discovered a saleable, though quite inartistic, breakfast food. So if Mr. de Lauributt produces 6 versions in his 6 different theatres of Cuddle Me, Constance, it is only because this happens to be his way of making money. He may even be spending his own evenings secretly at the Old Vic, for he runs his theatre not as an artist but as a businessman, and as many businessmen will tell you, business is business, my boy. We cannot blame him then, but we can regret that he is allowed to own 6 different theatres. In Paris it is one man, one theatre, and if it were so in London, then there would be less the matter with the English drama. But failing such an enactment, all that remains is to persuade the public that what it really wants is something a little better than Kiss Me, Katie. For Mr. de Lauributt is quite ready to provide Shakespeare, Ibsen, Galsworthy, modern drama, modern comedy, anything you like, as long as it brings him in pots of money. And he would probably do the thing well. He would have the sense to know that the producer of Hug Me, Harriet would not be the best possible producer of The Wild Duck. He would try to get the best possible producer and the best possible designer, and the best possible cast, knowing all these would help to bring in the best possible box office receipts. Yes, he would do the thing well if only the public really asked for it. How can the public ask for it? Obviously, it can only do this by staying away from Cuddle Me Constance and visiting instead those plays whose authors take themselves seriously, whenever such plays are available. It should be the business, therefore, of the critics, the people who are really concerned to improve the public taste in plays, to lead the public in the right direction, away, that is, from the bareback theatre and towards those theatres whose managers have other than financial standards. But it is unfortunately the fact that they don't do this. Without meaning it, they lead the public the wrong way. They mislead them simply because they have two standards of criticism, which the public does not understand. They go to the bareback theatre for the first night of Kiss Me Katie, and they write something like this, quote, "Immense enthusiasm, a feast of color to delight the eye. Mr. Albert de Laribert has surpassed himself. Delightfully catchy music. The audience laughed continuously. Mr. Ponk, the new comedian from America, was a triumphant success. Ravishing Miss Rosie Romeo was more ravishing than ever. Immense enthusiasm." End quote. On the next night, they go to see Mr. A. W. Galsbarrie's new play, Three Men. They write like this, quote, "Our first feeling is one of disappointment. Certainly not Galsbarrie at his best. The weak point of the play is that the character of Sir John is not properly developed. A perceptible dragging in the third act. It is a little difficult to understand why. We should hardly have expected Galsbarrie to have. The dialogue is perhaps a trifle lacking in. Mr. Macready Jones did his best with the part of Sir John, but as we have said, Mr. Kean Smith was extremely unsuited to the part of George. The reception, on the whole, was favorable." End quote. You see the difference? Of course, there is bound to be a difference, and Mr. A. W. Galsbarrie would be very much disappointed if there were not. He understands the critic's feeling, which is simply that Kiss Me Katie is not worth criticizing, and The Three Men most emphatically is. But it is not surprising that the plain man in the street, who has saved up in order to take his girl to one of the two new plays of the week, and is waiting for the reviews to appear before booking his seats, should come to the conclusion that Three Men seems to be a pretty rotten play, and that, tired though they are of musical comedy, Kiss Me Katie is evidently something rather extra special which they ought not to miss. Which means pots more money for Mr. Albert de Laribert. End of section 36, The State of the Theatre. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 37 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. A. Milne. Section 37. The Fires of Autumn. The most important article of furniture in any room is a fireplace. For half the year we sit around it, warming ourselves at its heat. For the other half of the year we continue to sit around it, moved thereto by habit and the position of the chairs. Yet how many people choose their house by reason of its fireplaces, or, having chosen it for some other reason, spend their money on a new grate rather than on a new sofa or a grand piano? Not many. For one who has so chosen his house, the lighting of the first fire is something of a ceremony. But in any case, the first fire of the autumn is a notable event. Much as I regret the passing of summer, I cannot help rejoicing in the first autumn days, days so cheerful and so very much alive. By November, the freshness has left them. One's thoughts go backwards regretfully to August or forwards hopefully to April. But while October lasts, one can still live in the present. It is in October that one tastes again the delights of the fireside and finds them to be even more attractive than one had remembered. But though I write October, let me confess that coal controller or no coal controller, it was in September that I lit my first fire this year. Perhaps as the owner of a new and, as I think, very attractive grate, I may be excused. There was some doubt as to whether a fireplace so delightful could actually support a fire, a doubt which had to be resolved as soon as possible. The match was struck with all solemnity. The sticks caught up the flame from the dying paper and handed it on to the coal. In a little while the cold had made room for the logs, and the first autumn fire was in being. Among the benefits which the war has brought to London, and a little less uncertain than some, is the log fire. In the country we have always burned logs, with the air of one who was thus identifying himself with the old English manner, but in London never, unless it were those ship's logs, which gave off a blue flame and very little else, but seemed to bring the fact that we were an island people more closely home to us. Now wood fires are universal. Whether the air will be purer in consequence, and fogs less common, let the scientist decide. But we are all entitled to the opinion that our drawing rooms are more cheerful for the change. However, if you have a wood fire, you must have a pair of bellows. I know a man who always calls them bellows, which is, I believe, the professional pronunciation. He also talks about a hussif and a cold chisel. A cold chisel is apparently the ordinary sort of chisel which you chisel with. What a hot chisel is, I never discovered. But whether one calls them bellows or bellows, in these days one cannot do without them. They are as necessary to a wood fire as a poker is to a coal fire, and they serve much the same purpose. There is something very soothing about poking a fire, even if one's companions point out that one is doing it all wrong and offer an exhibition of the correct method. To play upon a wood fire with a bellows gives one the same satisfaction and is just as pleasantly annoying to the onlookers. They alone know how to rouse the dying spark and fan it gently to a flame until the whole log is a triumphant blaze again. You, they tell you, are merely blowing the whole thing out. It is necessary, then, that the bellows-making industry should revive. My impression is that a pair of bellows is usually catalogued under the heading antique furniture, and I doubt if it is possible to buy a pair anywhere but in an old furniture shop. There must be a limit to the number of these available, a limit which has very nearly been reached. Here is a chance for our ironmongers, or carpenters, or upholsterers, or whoever have the secret of it. Let them get to work before we are swamped with German bellows. It is no use to offer us pokers with which to keep our log fires burning. We must have wind. There is one respect in which I must confess that the coal fire has the advantage of the wood fire. If your favorite position is on the hearth rug, with your back to whatever is burning, your right hand gesticulating as you tell your hearers what is wrong with the confounded government, then it does not greatly matter what brings you that pleasant dorsal warmth which inspires you to such eloquence. But if your favorite position is in an armchair facing the fire, and your customary habit one of passive thought rather than of active speech, then you will not get those visions from the burning wood which the pictures in a coal fire bring you. There are no deep glowing caverns in the logs from which friendly faces wink back at you as your head begins gently to nod to them. Perhaps it is as well. These are not the days for quiet reflection, but for action. At least people tell me so, and I am very glad to hand on the information. End of section 37, The Fires of Autumn. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 38 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 38. Not Guilty. As I descended the stairs to breakfast, the maid was coming up. "A policeman to see you, sir," she said in a hushed voice. "I have shown him into the library." "Thank you," I answered calmly, just as if I had expected him. And in a sense, I suppose I had expected him. Not particularly this morning, of course, but I knew that the day was bound to come when I should be arrested and hurried off to prison. Well, it was to be this morning. I could have wished that it had been a little later in the day, when I had a more complete command of myself. I wondered if he would let me have my breakfast first before taking me away. It is impossible for an arrested man to do himself justice on an empty stomach, but after breakfast he can play the part as it should be played. He can, "preserve a calm exterior," while at the same time, "hardly seeming to realize his position." He can, "go quietly," to the police station and, "protest that he has a complete answer to the charge." He can, in fact, do all the things which I decided to do as I walked to the library, if only I was allowed to have my breakfast first. As I entered the library, I wondered what it was that I had done, or rather, what it was that I had looked as if I were doing. For that is my trouble, that I look guilty so easily. I never cash a check at the bank, but I expect to feel a hand on my shoulder and to hear a stern voice saying, "You come along a me." If I walk through any of the big stores with a parcel in my hand, I expect to hear a voice whispering in my ear, "The manager would like to see you quietly in his office." I have never forged or shoplifted in my life, but the knowledge that a real forger or shoplifter would try to have the outward appearance of a man as innocent as myself helps to give me the outward appearance of a man as guilty as he. When I settle a bill by check, my "face of a man whose account is already overdrawn" can be read across the whole length of the shop as soon as I enter the door. Indeed, it is so expressive that I had to give up banking at Cox's during the war. "Good morning," said the policeman. "I thought I'd better tell you that I found your dining room window open at 6 o'clock this morning when I came on duty." "Oh," I said, rather disappointed, for by this time I had prepared my speech from the dock, and it seemed a pity to waste it. There is no part quite so popular as that of the wrongly accused. Every hero of every melodrama has had to meet that false accusation at some moment during the play, otherwise we should not know that he was the hero. I saw myself in the dock, protesting my innocence to the last. I saw myself entering the witness box, and remaining unshaken by the most relentless cross-examination. I saw my friends coming forward to give evidence as to my unimpeachable character. And yet, after all, what could one's friends say? Imagine yourself in the dock on whatever charge it may be, and imagine this and that friend coming forward to speak to you. What can they say? What do they know? They know that you are a bore or not a bore, a grouser or not a grouser, generous or mean, sentimental or cynical, an optimist or a pessimist, and that you have or have not a sense of humor. None of these is a criminal offense. Is there anything else that your friends can say about you which can establish the likelihood of your innocence? Not very much. Nor should we be flattered if there were. When somebody says of us, "Oh, I can read old Jones like a book. I know him inside and out for the most straightforward, simple creature," we protest indignantly. But if somebody says, "There is a lot more in Jones than you think. I shall never quite understand him," then we look modestly down our nose and tell ourselves that we are Jones, the human enigma. Women have learned all about this. They realize that the best way to flatter us is to say earnestly, with a shake of the head, "Your face is such a mask. I shall never know what you are really thinking." How that makes us purr! No, our friends cannot help us much, once we are in the dock. They will protest, good friends that they are, that we are utterly incapable of the crime of which we are accused, and in my case, of course, they will be right. But the jury will know that our friends do not really know, or at any rate, the jury will guess that we have not asked those of our friends who did know to speak for us. We must rely on ourselves, on our speech from the dock, on our demeanor under cross-examination, on— "Your dining room window open," said the policeman reproachfully. "I'm sorry," I said. "I won't leave it open again." Fortunately, however, they can't arrest you for it. So I led the way out of the library and opened the front door. The policeman went quietly. End of section 38. Not guilty. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 39 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 39. A Digression. My omnibus left the broad and easy way which leads to Victoria Station and plunged into the straight and narrow paths which land you into the river at Vauxhall if you aren't careful, and I peered over the back to have another look at its number. The road mending season is in full swing now, but no amount of road mending could account for such a comprehensive compass as we were fetching. For a moment I thought that the revolution had begun. "Busful of bourgeoisie kidnapped" would make a good headline for the papers. Or perhaps it was merely a private enterprise. We were to be held for ransom in some deserted warehouse on the margin of the Thames, into which, if the money were not forthcoming, we should be dropped with a weight at the feet on some dark and lonely night. Fortunately, the conductor came up at this stage of the journey and said, "Any more fare, please?" Whereupon I laid my fears before him and begged him to let me know the worst. He replied briefly, "Sure, Prussia," and went on again. So that was it. Why is the Shah of Persia so popular? Even in these days, when kings are two a penny, and there is a never-ending procession of Napoleons and Nelsons to the Guildhall to receive swords and freedoms and honorary degrees, the arrival of a Shah of Persia stirs the imagination of the man in the street. He feels something of the old thrill. But in the 90s, of course, we talked about nothing else for weeks. "Have you seen the Shah?" was a popular catchphrase of the day. There were music hall songs about him. He was almost as important as a jubilee. It is curious that this should have been so, for a Shah of Persia is not really as important as that. There was never a catchphrase, "Have you seen the French president?" or even, "Have you seen the Tsar?" both of whom one would expect to take precedence of a Persian ruler. But they are more commonplace people. The Shah makes his appeal not on account of his importance, but on account of his romantic associations. He fills the mind with thoughts of uncut rubies, diamond-studded swords, Arab chargers, veiled houris, and the very best Persian sherbet. One does not stand outside Victoria in the hope of seeing any of these things in the carriage with him, but one feels that is the sort of man he is, and that, if only he could talk English like you or me, he could tell us a story worth the telling. Hooray for the Shah! Seated on my omnibus and thinking of these things, we had tacked by this time and were beating up for Pimlico. I remembered suddenly a little personal incident in connection with the visit of that earlier Shah, which is not without its moral for all of us. It teaches us the lesson that, well, we can settle this afterwards. Anyway, here is the story. The Shah of Persia was in England, and all England was talking about him. Naturally, we were talking about him at my private school. I was about 9 at the time. It is not the age at which one knows much about high politics, but it is almost the only age when one really knows where Persia is. I have no doubt that we did Persia in that term out of honor to the Shah. One result of all this talk in the school about the Persian potentate was, as you might expect, that a certain boy was nicknamed the Shah, presumably on account of some magnificence of person or costume. Now it happened that the school was busying itself just then over some election to the presidency of the debating society or membership of the games committee or something of that sort, and the Shah was a very popular candidate. I was one of his humble but admiring supporters. Observe me then, on the polling day, busily at work in a corner of the schoolroom. I am writing in bold capitals on a piece of exercise paper, "Vote for the Shah." Having written it, I pinned it proudly up in a corner of the room and stood back a while to look at it. My first effort at electioneering. There was no immediate sensation, for everybody else was too busy over his own affairs to notice my little poster, and so I went about from one little knot of talkers to another, hanging shyly on the outskirts in the hope that when it broke up I might lead the way casually towards my masterpiece, "Vote for the Shah." Suddenly my attention was attracted to another boy who, even as I had been a few minutes ago, was now busily writing. I kept my eye on him, and when he had finished his work and was walking across the room with a piece of paper in his hand, I followed him eagerly. He was at least 12. I was only 9. Can you wonder that he seemed to me almost the last word in wisdom? So I followed him. Could it really be that my poster had forestalled his? What glory if it were so! He pinned up his notice. He moved away, and I read it. It said, "Vote for the Shah." You can imagine my feelings. I went hot all over. Shah, of course, not Shah. However could I have been such an idiot as to have thought it was Shah? Shah, obviously spelt Shash, not Shar. How nearly I had exposed my appalling ignorance to my fellows. Vote for the... I blushed again, hardly able to think of it. And oh, how thankful I was now that everybody else had been too busy to read my poster. Hastily I went over to it and tore it down. Hastily I went back to my desk and wrote another poster. Observe me now again. I'm writing in bold capitals on a piece of exercise paper. Vote for the Shah. And the moral? Well, my omnibus has now fetched its compass round Victoria. We are back on the main route again, and I think I must leave the moral to you. End of section 39, a digression. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 40 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 40. High Finance. I know very little about the stock exchange. I know, of course, that stockbrokers wear very shiny top hats, which they remove when they sing God Save the King, as they invariably do in a crisis. When they go out to lunch, the younger ones leave their top hats behind them and take the air with plastered poles. And after lunch is over, young and old alike have a round of dominoes before placing threepence under the coffee cup and returning to business. If business is slack, they tell each other jokes which get into the papers with some such introduction as, quote, "a good story going the round of the stock exchange," end quote. Probably it was going the round of the nurseries in '72, but the stockbrokers have been so busy making consols go up and down that they have not been able to listen to it before. Anyway, the careful man always avoids the good story which is going the round of the stock exchange. But apart from these minor activities of the city, the financial world has always been a mystery to me. To this day, I do not understand why consols go up and down. Perhaps they only go down now, but there was a time when they would be 78 and a quarter in the morning, 78 and a half after the stock exchange had returned from its coffee, and 78 when it went out to play dominoes again. When they thudded down to 78, this proved that the government had lost the confidence of the country. But I never heard an explanation of it all which carried any conviction. Once I asked a noted financial authority to tell me all about it in words of one syllable. He did his best. He said it was simply a question of supply and demand. In that case, one would expect umbrellas to go up and down according to the weather. I mean, of course, the price of umbrellas. But apparently, umbrellas aren't so sensitive as stocks, which are the most sensitive things in the world. In the happy days before the war, when the president of Nicaragua sent a stiff note to the president of Uruguay, consols immediately dropped a quarter of a point. The president of Uruguay answered, "Sorry, my mistake," and consols went back again. Evidently, several gentlemen who would have bought consols in the ordinary way on that Thursday decided to buy haricot beans instead, as being, I suppose, more useful in the event of a war between Nicaragua and Uruguay. So consols, feeling the neglect, went down. But on the Friday, as soon as Uruguay had apologized, the gentleman who had just sold the haricot beans hurried out to buy consols, as being quite safe again now that there was no more chance of war. So consols went cheerfully up again. You see? But the financial problem is getting very much more difficult than this. The vagaries of consols, or even of the reputed gold mine in which I once had shares. This is a sad story, but fortunately, when they had dropped to 6 and sixpence, there was a demand for them by a man called Wilkinson, poor fellow, which arrested the fall just long enough for me to get out. They are now 3 a penny, so I hope Wilkinson found a demand too. Well, then even the vagaries of the West African market are a simple matter compared with the vagaries of the exchange. The mystery of the mark, for instance, is so utterly beyond that, in trying to understand it, I do not even know where to begin. I see no mental foothold anywhere. The mark, we are told, is now worth twopence halfpenny. Why? I mean, who said so? Who is it who arranges these things? Is it Rockefeller, or one of the Geddeses, or Samuel Gompers, a superman of some kind? Or is it a committee of the Stock Exchange and Greenwich Observatory? And how does it decide? Does it put a mark up for auction and see what the demand is like? Or does it decide on moral grounds? Does it say contemptuously, "Oh, I should think about tuppence halfpenny, and serve them dashed well right for losing the war"? Let us go slowly and see if we can make any sense of it. Suppose that I produce something worth a shilling, something, that is, which I can sell in this country for a shilling, a blank verse tragedy, say. Let us suppose also that having received the shilling, I propose to buy a bag of nuts. A German offers me a mark for my tragedy. Now that mark has got to be spent in Germany by somebody, not of course necessarily by me. I probably hand it to Thomas Cook or his son, who gives it to somebody else, who eventually takes it back to Germany again. Obviously, then, what I have to consider when I am offered a mark instead of the customary shilling for my blank verse is this: can this mark purchase a similar sized bag of nuts in Germany? If the answer is yes, then the mark is worth a shilling. If the answer is that it will buy a bag of about a fifth of the English size, then the mark is worth tuppence halfpenny. Well, is everything in Germany 5 times as dear as it is in England? No, not by any means. If a mark is regarded as tuppence halfpenny, everything is extraordinarily cheap, much cheaper than in England. Also, it occurs to me suddenly that if this were the way in which the pundits decided upon the price of the mark and the franc and the peseta and the cowrie shell, then the price of living in every country would be exactly the same, and we should have nowhere to retire to when the taxes were too high, which would be absurd. So we must have done the sum wrong. Let's try again. The price of the mark, this is a new theory, depends on the amount of goods which Germany is exporting. A German offers me a mark for my tragedy, but if no other German has got anything to give me, or Thomas Cook or his son, in exchange for that mark, then the mark is obviously no good to us. If, then, we say that the mark is worth tuppence halfpenny, we mean that Germany is importing, or buying, 5 times as much as she is exporting or selling. Similarly, when the ruble was about 10 a penny, Russia was importing 100 times as much as she was exporting. But she was not importing anything then because of the blockade. Therefore, no, it's no good. You see, we can't do it. We shall have to stand about on the Brighton Road until one of those stockbrokers comes by. He will explain it to us. But perhaps a better man to consult in these matters of high finance is the strong man whom we see so often upon the stage. Sometimes he builds bridges, and sometimes he makes steel, but the one I like best is the one who controls the markets of the world. He strides to the telephone and says grimly down it, "Sell chilled tomatoes. No, yes, keep on selling." And in faraway Nanking Fu, a man shoots himself. He had too many chilled tomatoes, or too few. But the strong man goes on his way. He is married to a young and beautiful girl whom he has adored silently for years. He has never told her, partly because he thought it would not be fair to her, partly because he knows it would spoil the play. He is too busy to see much of her, but sometimes they meet at dinner, and then he strokes her head and asks her kindly what she is doing that evening. Probably she is going out with George B. Pusher. What else could you expect? All the time when Staunton is buying tomatoes and salmon and tin tacks and locomotives and peanuts and lots of things that he doesn't really want, George B. Pusher is in attendance on the heroine. There is a terrible scene when Staunton discovers what is going on. Who is this puppy? George B. Pusher. That settles it. He will ruin Pusher. He sells tomatoes. Pusher hasn't got any. He buys raspberry jam. Pusher doesn't want any. Damn the fellow, he refuses to be ruined. Everybody is shooting himself except Pusher. At last, wire netting. Why didn't he think of wire netting before? He buys all the wire netting that there is. Then he sells it all. George R. Pusher is ruined. He comes round to beg for mercy. Now, perhaps, if we listen very carefully, we shall understand how it is all done. End of section 40. High Finance. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Section 41 of If I May. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. If I May by A. Milne. Section 41. Secret Papers. The cabinet, or whatever I am to call it, has looked stolidly at me from the corner of the library for years. It is nothing more than a row of pigeon-holes in which I keep my secret papers. At least the man who sold it to me recommended it for this purpose, dwelling lovingly as he did so upon the strength of the lock. So I bought it, in those first days, how far away, when I came to London to set the Thames on fire. It was not long before I lost the key. I made one or two half-hearted efforts to get into it with a button-hook, but finding that the lock lived up to its reputation, I resigned myself to regarding it for the future as an article for ornament, not for use. In this capacity it has followed me about from house to house. As an ornament it is without beauty, and many people have urged me to throw it away. My answer has been that it contained my secret papers. Some day I would get a locksmith to open it, and we should see what we should see. The war being over, I came into the library and sat down at my desk. Perhaps it was not too late even now to set the Thames on fire. I would write an incendiary article on what? The cabinet caught my eye. I went idly up to it and pulled at the drawers before I remembered that it was locked. And suddenly I was annoyed with it for being locked. The more I pulled at it, the more I was annoyed. And I ended up by telling it, with some heat, that if it persisted in its defiant attitude, I would shoot it down with my revolver. This is how the hero breaks his way into the room wherein the heroine is immured, and I have often envied him. However, the revolver was not necessary. The lock surrendered after a short struggle to the poker. For the first time for 17 years, my secret papers were before me. Can you not imagine how eagerly I went through them? They were a strange collection, these trifles which had, I suppose, seemed so important to me 17 years ago. There was the inevitable dance programme, covered with initials which must have stirred me delightfully once, but now left me cold. There was a receipt from a Cambridge tailor, my last outstanding Cambridge bill, perhaps preserved as a sign that I was now free. There was a notice of a short story competition, stories not to exceed 5,000 words. Another of a short sketch competition, sketches not to exceed 1,200 words. Apparently I was prepared to write you anything in those days. There was an autograph of a famous man, many thanks, and the signature on a postcard. I suppose I told him that I admired his style, or that I proposed to model myself on him, or had bought his last book, or who knows, at any rate he had thanked me. There were letters from editors whom I know well now, but who in those distant days addressed me as Sir, and were mine faithfully. They regretted that they could not use the present contribution, but hoped that I would continue to write. I continued to write, trusting that I would persevere. They were mine very truly. I persevered. Now they are mine forever. From what a long way off those letters have come. Dear Sir, the great man wrote to me, and overawed I locked the precious letter up. Yesterday I smacked him on the back. There was a list of my first 15 contributions to the press. 3 of them were accepted, 2 of the 3 appeared in a paper which immediately went bankrupt. For the 15th I seem to have received 15 shillings. A shilling an attempt, you see, for those early efforts to set the Thames on fire. Reading the titles of them, I am not surprised. One was called, I blush to record it, The Diary of a Free Lance. Was there ever a literary aspirant who did not begin with just such an article on just such a subject? A subject so engagingly fresh to himself, so hackneyed to the editor. I have returned 100 of them since, without a word of encouragement to the writers, blissfully forgetful of the fact, now brought to light, that I too had begun like that. And, last of all, in this locked cabinet, I came upon an actual contribution, one of the 15 which had gone the rounds and had been put away, perhaps for a rewriting. Dear, dear, I must have been very hopeful in those days. Youth and hope. I am afraid that those were my only qualifications for setting the Thames on fire. Yet I was very scornful of editors 17 years ago. The outsider I held forth was not given a chance. The young writer with fresh ideas was cold-shouldered. Well, reading this early contribution of mine 17 years later Reading again what editors had to say about it, I am no longer scornful of them. I can only wonder why they hoped that I would go on writing. But I shall not throw the broken cabinet away, even though it is no longer available for secret papers. It must continue to sit in a corner of the library, a corrective against secret pride. End of section 41. Secret Papers. End of book, If I May. Recording by S.K. Edison, New Jersey.